Yeah, you'll see it turn red.
Are we on?
Yes.
Okay, Sandy, let's go on the record. Let the record reflect it's Monday, August 9th, 2021, and the board is convened to consider our docket for today. Our agenda. We're gonna call first case that is on our agenda is the Division of Industrial Compliance case, and it's case number 21-0083, and it deals with a health science building at the University of Toledo, and the division's adjudication number is noted on the docket. Let's have an introduction of the parties. Let's begin with the representatives from the university. State your full name, spell your last, so we have that for the record. And then the capacity by which you're here in a representative way. We'll do the same thing with the building official. I'll have an oath administered by our court stenographer, and then I'll secure your consent, hopefully, to proceed in front of a board of 4 today instead of a board of 5, because we're down 1 member today. So go ahead, if the parties would enter their appearance, please.
Good afternoon. This is Jason Toth, Jasontoth. I am the Senior Associate Vice President here at the University of Toledo for the Administration of Facilities and Construction and Supply Chain. I'll let my counterpart introduce himself.
Good afternoon. My name is Roger DeBailey, D-E-B-E-L-L-Y. I'm with JDRM Engineering, and we are the engineers associated with this project.
Okay, and is Mr. Eaton there?
Good afternoon. Jeff Eaton, E-A-T-O-N, Chief Building Official for the Division of Industrial Compliance.
Okay, if each of you, wherever you are situated, would stand, raise your right hand. Sandy, would you administer it up, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. DeBelli and Mr. Toth and Mr. Eaton for that matter, our fire official member, Porter Welch, is unable to be with us due to a prior commitment today. Would you proceed, do you consent to proceed on the board of 4 rather than a board of 5? And the reason I secure the consent is if there were to be a split vote, not that we anticipate that to occur, but if there would be a split vote, a variance would not be granted and the adjudication order of the building department would stand.
We're okay to proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And the division?
Yes, sir, no problem.
Okay. Based on the memorandum that we have from Mr. Eaton, it looks like just item 1 is teed up for our consideration today. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Toth and or Mr. DeBelli, you have the floor.
Thank you. Roger DeBailey here. First of all, good afternoon. Thank you for taking a moment to listen to our opportunity, and I presume you've taken the time to review the documents we've sent. The ultimate goal is to retire a pair of 1980s vintage diesel generators that service a hospital that are beyond their age. And to do so, we are looking to utilize 2 2000 kW diesel generators that were installed in a remote building on campus, installed in about 2015. The intent is to bring 2 12-470 feeders into the hospital, put in a double-ended substation, and then service the existing emergency distribution system inside the hospital. We recognize that the intent that we've presented is to run through a current existing underground utility tunnel, but it does not provide full compliance with NEC 700D, but it does indeed provide a solution that provides a safe, protected, and supervised model so the feeders can be observed. Our intention is to keep the feeders as separated from other utilities and other electrical feeders within the tunnel as we can. We have explored other options to provide full compliance, including sprinklers and fire protective wrap of the conductors, but we have some physical concerns about that relative to safety and the physical implementation of those, given the distance inside the tunnel.
Okay,
That's it.
questions of Mr. DeBelli?
Yes,
I'm asking board members if there's any questions.
Yeah, could you go over the alternatives that you looked at for this project?
well, we explored sprinkling the tunnel, but as we've indicated, we've got about 1,900 feet inside the tunnel. There's approximately 800 feet of that is separated between buildings. So we'd have multiple fire protection entries into the tunnel itself. That was one of the concerns. The other concern is the tunnel is a maintenance tunnel. So we were concerned about sprinkler heads and the possibilities of damage and or breakage. The other opportunity we explored was fire wrapping the conduits. Included with the information was a fire wrap that requires 4 layers. So it would take our conductor package from approximately 3-inch outside diameter to about 7.5 inches outside diameter. We have some concerns about the long-term integrity of that wrap in the maintenance tunnel. So yes, we did explore those.
So what do you, what's your proposal then at this point?
Our proposal is to route the conductors through the utility tunnel. We're using interlocked armor cable because we are talking about 15 kV cable. So there are no 2-hour rated assemblies at 15 kV. So we're proposing routing those conductors through an existing utility tunnel and separating them and hanging them from within the tunnel itself.
So you put them on cable trays?
There is existing cable tray in the tunnel. As we finish our design, there is some space in there, but if we need to, we can hang from the bottom of it to keep it separated from conductors that happen to be in it.
So what's the cost of the project?
I'm sorry?
What's the total cost to run the, I guess your preferred alternative? Construction cost.
Approximately, I'm not really prepared to answer that question, but we have conductors that are on the orders of $170,000, I believe. So installed cost through the tunnel is about $700,000.
And what is the issue with what is the reasoning you don't want to use this E-wrap that you apply to in our package?
Well, there is pretty significant cost associated with that because you have to put 4 layers on there, and those rolls come typically in 2-foot widths. So we estimate that putting the wrap on there would double the cost of the feeders as it runs through the tunnel because of the intensity of the labor.
Hey, Jeff, if you're there, could you explain the code, I guess, to me a little bit, why that requires it to be encased in concrete, or have it sprinkled, suppressed? I mean, it seems
Sure.
like having it sprinkled would be a bad idea.
Yeah, the NEC Article 700, there's language, actually the verbiage to be considered outside of the building to not require the protection. One of the options is to encase it in concrete, but the caveat with this, just because the tunnel can be occupied, is considered an occupiable space or building. And that's the only thing that's triggering this provision. So if this wasn't a tunnel that could be occupied by people, then it would be considered outside the building and these requirements would not kick in. So it's really just a catch that a person's able to get in the tunnel, create an occupiable space, therefore the protection of the wiring is required, so.
And since you've been invited to speak, you have no objection, is that my understanding?
No, sir. And based on that, we're probably gonna have a similar case, not too far down the road. And that's really the only caveat. So someone's able to get in there. If that wasn't the case, then they could run the cables as they're intending to run them in this scenario. So we're in support of the request.
All right, gentlemen of the board, thoughts, comments?
Let me ask Mr. Eaton a question about the thermal wrap. What would your position be on that?
I guess I would agree with the appellant that, Mr. DeBelli, that over time, how is that maintained, you know, the environment or the tunnel? It's not a controlled temperature and humidity level. I'd be concerned as well of the long-term performance of those systems.
All right, maybe have the appellant walk us through. I saw some of the information in the packet. Just walk us through what the feeders are as far as what they have around them as far as insulation and protection as it's going to be presented, assuming that we would move to approve without the thermal wrap.
Okay, just briefly, we included with our package a data sheet on the interlocked armored cable, which is a 15 kV cable that has a metallic and PVC cover on it. It's a tri-conductor piece, conductor, which literally is the same as a conduit. But our ideal is that we're going to run those through the tunnel until it enters into the electrical equipment room in the hospital, which is fully sprinkled, so we don't have any conditional issues on that end.
Okay, any other further questions? So the conductors in the conduit?
They're not in conduit. It's an interlocked armor conduit. It's 3 current carrying conductors surrounded by a metallic shield, metal shield. Also, it has a PVC barrier on the outside of that. It is a single interlocked armor, it's called.
I mean, can somebody go in there and touch it and get electrocuted?
Oh, not at all. No, it's as durable as conduit is.
All right. Thoughts and comments or any further questions?
I guess is it a cost factor? Is that, you threw some costs in here. It was a little bit confusing to me. It was $850,000 to sprinkle the tunnel. Is that what it was? Can you go over those real quick?
Well, that was a very quick estimate on what it would take to provide a fully compliant installation. But as I indicated, we have a tunnel that spans from a remote powerhouse, a pair of them actually, where generators at and where the steam boilers are at, that we are not passing nearby buildings. So we have a fairly lengthy run from double-ended sources to provide service into the tunnel. And because of length and access to fire protection systems, we'll have multiple taps into existing fire protection systems with the branches extended into the tunnel.
This is Jason Tilt again with the university. In the package that Roger put together for us, we asked him to to speak to the alternatives that we've looked at, and we've had the discussion here a couple times a day, so I just want to reiterate a couple of things, if I may. The tunnel, while it meets the definition of an occupiable space, is not an occupied or walking tunnel. It is truly a maintenance tunnel. It's for utilities to traffic through the campus. That was pictures of the same were included on the E100 drawing that was submitted with the packet, so you could see the condition. As Jeff Eaton mentioned earlier, this is a utility tunnel. It does not have routine services from an electrical, or not from electrical, from an HVAC standpoint. So there are concerns of the environmental conditions and how sprinklers would react in that space, and if they were to be compromised, what further damage they could cause. Also, the concern of the integrity of the fire wrap that was looked at as a possible alternative, and whether or not it would hold up over the course of time. And so what we were trying to show is that prior to just jumping to requesting to do something that is outside of the code, that we had looked at alternative means and methods and determined that those were not either not feasible or not cost effective without concerns, and hence why we're requesting the variance to utilize the interlock shielded cable running through the existing tunnel.
Okay, any further questions?
No.
Okay, comments, sentiments?
I mean, I guess that would be, seems like a tunnel is a logical place to put it, and I think if they could somehow restrict the exits, that seems to be the problem.
Probably is restricted, I would think.
Yeah, can you speak to about the access and how many access points there are to the utility tunnel and how they're secured?
Yes, I can. That's a good point, and I apologize for not bringing it up sooner. There are access points to the tunnel at each of the buildings that it crosses. They are covered with a locked, keyed and locked door that only maintenance personnel have keys and access to the same. So it is not a tunnel that can be accessed by the general public or others on staff. Again, it's key to our master system that is only keys are given to our maintenance staff for access into the same.
I don't suppose this is a fire department issue.
I mean, the whole thing is it's the backup for the hospital.
Yeah. Right.
This is a backup for one of the other university buildings, you know, have added, so that's a concern. So, yeah, it's a good point. I mean, I think probably having a letter of no objection from the fire department is probably a good idea.
Mr. Toth, what's the, what jurisdiction, is it state fire marshal or city of Toledo fire, or who?
Well, our jurisdiction being a state entity has always been with the state fire marshal. We do reside in the city of Toledo, but our jurisdiction being with the state is it's the state of Ohio fire marshal.
But it'd be the city that would respond.
That is correct.
I think don't we normally impose the letter of no objection from the authority having jurisdiction? How do we do that? Okay. All right. So we get a letter from the fire marshal? Get a letter from Toledo or here?
I think I know it's the jurisdiction of Toledo, but it's probably worthwhile to state the Toledo is the response directly towards them.
That makes no sense.
And notice as well too, right? So they need to know, right? There's a fire at one of the adjacent buildings or something that, you know, maintaining security to that tunnel is important.
Hey, gentlemen, we're up here sort of deliberating and communicating among ourselves. Can you hear us? I just want to make sure that.
Yes.
We can hear some of the conversation, not all, but we can hear the deliberation going on.
We'll try to figure that out because we want to be able to deliberate in sunshine.
Are the locked access doors, are they fire rated?
The doors leading to the tunnel at the buildings are fire rated.
Okay, we live with the variance, conditions that, the jurisdiction having local response?
Or do we want both? That's the question as well.
Local and fire, fire marshal?
I would be fine with that. Likewise. Okay, bear with us.
Okay.
Stand by. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, while Mr. Began crafts some proposed conditions, we're gonna go off the record for just a second.
Yeah, we, I thought she wanted to be with it. She can be pursued. Okay, clear. Jesus, better the rocks. Oh, yeah, it should be, it could be, you know, yeah, 7 o'clock there. There by 11:30, so. Are you driving or driving?
Back on the record. Did we actually go out of the event? Okay, all right, there we go. All right, well, real quick, Mr. DeBelli and Mr. Toth and Mr. Eaton, are you still with us?
Yes, sir.
We are here. Yes.
We are.
Okay. And if you can see on your screen, there are some proposed conditions. If you can't see that, let us know.
And we will read through them as well for you. This variance is conditioned on the following. Number one, this variance is granted based on the use, construction, occupant load, building area, and level of activity identified on the approved construction documents, including the maintenance of all building systems and any conditions required herein. Number two, a letter of no objection shall be submitted by both the fire official having jurisdiction and the fire department having either emergency response or fire prevention responsibilities to the Board of Building Appeals and the chief building official before a construction permit is issued. Number three, the chief building official shall forward a copy of any certificate of occupancy to the fire department having either emergency response or fire prevention responsibility.
Okay, any questions or comments with respect to those proposed conditions or the need for any clarification on our part?
No, sir. It's Jeff.
Okay. Can I take that as you have no objection to those proposed conditions?
Correct. Sorry about that.
And Mr. Eaton?
No problems, no objections.
Okay, I would entertain a motion.
Yeah, hold on a moment. I'm gonna put the video feedback up, Susan.
You did.
All right, for Board of Building Appeals, case number 21-0083, the appellant is University of Toledo. For the premises, University of Toledo Health Science Campus at 3000 Arlington Avenue, Toledo, Ohio, 43614. The appellee is Jeffrey Eaton, building official, Bureau of Building Code Compliance for the state of Ohio, and adjudication order number 2021-060024. I move to grant the variance subject to the conditions previously read in the record and noting the no objection of the building official.
Okay, that motion's been duly made. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, gentlemen, by a 4-0 vote of this board, variance has been granted on those conditions. Is there anything else further to come before us at this time on this case?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, very well. That case is concluded. We stand adjourned on it, and we'll move right into, assuming we have the parties for the next case, we'll see. It's case number 21-0084. It also is a division of industrial compliance case, and it deals with the premises located at 130 South Prospect Street in Marion, and the division's adjudication order number is noted on the docket. Can I have an introduction of the parties, beginning with the appellants? Please state your full name, spell your last name for our court stenographer, and then the capacity level.
We have one number that's muted. They may have to hit *6. to
Oh,
unmute their
if
phone.
you're muted, you might need to hit *6.
I'm looking for James Hill or David and Lynn Rout.
Do we have James Hill or David and Lynn Roush present?
Right there, here.
Do we have, okay. That would be an issue.
Let me try to get a hold of them if you want to move on.
Well, let's move on.
Are there phone numbers? You don't know who they are, Susan?
No, as I look at it, they're all accounted for. The next case, if Randy Mullins is with Mr. Allard, we could go forward. That would be 21-0088.
Okay, do we have Randy Mullins or Margaret Allard present?
We did, that's the, he's muted. I'm sorry, Mr. Allard. You'll have to hit *6 to unmute your phone. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, this is Randy Mullins.
Randy Mullins and
Are they here?
they are.
Okay, all right, we're gonna move off the Marion case. We're gonna move to the next case on our docket. Also a division case, case number 21-0085. It deals with a, oh, you're right, yeah, you're right, absolutely. It's 21-0088, deals with Allard Excavation, located in southwest Ohio, and the division adjudication is noted on the docket. My understanding is we have Randy Mullins and Margaret Allard present. I know we have Jeff Eaton. We did have him on the preceding case. Is that correct?
Yes, we have Margaret Allard and Randy Mullins here.
And Mr. Eaton.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Wherever you're situated, if you would stand, raise your right hand. We'll have an oath administered by our court stenographer.
Yes,
Right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Mullins, Ms. Allard, we are a board of 5. We're supposed to be a board of 5, created by the legislature as a board of 5. Today, however, one of our members is not present due to a scheduling conflict, which means that I would need your consent to proceed in front of a board of 4. The real nuance or dynamic there is that if there were a split vote, again, I don't know what it would be, but if there were a split vote, the adjudication order of the division would stand and a variance would not be granted. And with a board of 4, it's more possible, probably in a statistical way, to have a split vote, although that rarely occurs. Mr. Mullins or Ms. Howard, any objection to proceed today? Would you continue us?
No, we're good with it.
Okay, and I'll ask the questions, Mr. Eaton.
No objections.
Okay, Mr. Mullins, you have.
Okay, are you expecting me to present?
Well, or salary.
Or what?
We're having trouble hearing you. Can you repeat, please?
Say that again, please.
Are you ready for us to present?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, I typed a letter and gave it to Susan so that the board members would be informed about this before we had a hearing. The issue at hand.
We have that as stated August 2nd. Yeah.
Okay. So the issue on our hand is we were hoping to use a section of the code, specifically section 2902.1.1, where historical data suggests the workforce consists of 15% women and 85% men. And that would mean that there would be 17 women and 97 men. And as such, we have provided 2 bathrooms for men and 1 bathroom for women. And we believe that we're code compliant under that provision that I had earlier mentioned.
Okay, questions of Mr. Mullins?
What does the code require without using that historical information?
50-50 split of men and women, which would have required 2 bathrooms for women and 2 bathrooms for men.
The addition of 1 more toilet.
I think it's the first time I ever having more men than women for restrooms.
Well, I'm going to ask Margaret to speak to that because she wrote down some information for me, and I'm going to let her speak to it. This is Margaret Allard.
Hi, and thank you. Yes, we was basically building this office building. At current, we have 4 employees that work in the office, and 2 is male and 2 is female. And then overall, we have a disproportionate amount of men compared to women. It's a construction company, difficult to find women that want to run equipment. But at this current time, we have 34 men and 3 women. And of that amount, again, 4 of those is in the office, all the rest are field workers.
Any other questions? From the appellant?
Is this a new building?
No, it's an old vacant building that's in the community, and it basically had been destroyed, and we were able to purchase that building. At current location, we're in a garage on our personal property. And again, like I say, I employ within the office 2 male and 2 females. So this will be an office off of our personal property that's still maintaining 2 male and 2 females in the office.
Well, this office is a lot bigger than 4 people. I mean, there are a lot of offices.
Well, we got it really for a good price, but I didn't realize when we purchased that to be able to renovate it, you know, that we would have to get an architect and just go through the whole legalities. We thought at the purchase price it would be economical, and you know, and then we kind of got an education. So.
I know, but you said you're talking 4 people in the office holds a lot more than 4 people.
Right, and we hope, you know, possibly to hire 1 more payroll assistant and 1 more project estimator, and that's what the offices upstairs, you know, we hope to have, you know, 6 people.
So here's my concerns, I'll put it out there before I ask you a question, is you renovate this thing and someone comes along, oh, it's a nice office building, can I buy it? Well, yeah, and then you make a few dollars by selling it for more than you got it for, plus your renovation costs. Now there's a certificate of occupancy that doesn't need to be changed because they're going to be using it as an office, and the dynamics change different from your company. Right, so when we're looking at this issue, yes, right now it's for your company, but you know, 10 years down the road, this might not be for your company. So those are the things that we have to weigh a little bit here. So let me ask you, other than you don't want to add another toilet room, what's the hardship?
There is none really. I will tell you that once we got a permit, they started construction. We're certainly aware of the risks of starting construction before the permit's been totally, you know, taken care of. But we're right now in midstream of construction. But there's no hardship other than they would have to spend another $15,000 to do it.
And honestly, what I will tell you, I see as a bigger problem, it wasn't noted by Mr. Eaton's staff on here, it's that the second men's toilet room is on the lower level, and it does seem to have shower facilities with it. Actually, I think your bigger issue is actually the fact that you don't have equal facilities for women. That, you know, you have to have this place for men to be able to go in their own locker room, but you don't have a separate one for women. I see that as a bigger issue. So, at least from my standpoint, I hear what Mr. Eaton has to say. I think adding a second women's room down on the lower level that has a shower facilities would probably be a good idea. And that way they'd be code compliant as far as number of fixtures, but they'd also be meeting that concern about having separate facilities for women.
Okay, I think that's a good segue. Mr. Eaton, what are the thoughts on this?
Yeah, actually, Mr. Deacon, pretty much verbatim mentioned what my concerns were with the lower level. Again,
as he stated, if this building is sold based on the square footage and the potential occupier, definitely required 2 fixtures for each sex. So I would support, having an additional facility on the low women.
Mr. Mullins, you want to comment on that?
No, we heard you, and I mean, we're in a position where, we hear you, and I understand your concerns. They're valid concerns. I discussed that with the Allards, and we are where we are, I guess.
Okay, well, we've heard sentiments from Mr. Deegan a minute ago. Neil, Brad?
Yeah, I agree with Paul. I think it should be second, female restroom added on. The cost is $15,000, the cost of the project, little, $430,000. They claimed, they justified there was no legitimate hardship outside of just the numbers of employees.
Brad? Yeah. Okay, I think that's,
But for the appellant, I don't know if it would be worthwhile for us continuing this until they do some further discussions and or review with Commissioner Eaton, or if it's straight up down vote to deny the variance or if something else came up during there.
Mr. Mullins, did you hear that?
I'm sorry, I really didn't. Unfortunately, our phone reception isn't that great, and I think the venue we're using, I hear 25% of what you say.
Okay, Mr. Mullins, unofficially, we've talked amongst ourselves here on the board, and it seems likely that we would be denying your request for variance. However, you would like us to just continue this case until you have some additional time to review options for the location or the installation of it with Mr. Eaton's department. We would be open to continuing the case until you do that, to leave open the option for you if you need to come back for a variance or something related to that.
Can you give me 1 minute to discuss this with the owner?
Yeah, do that. If you unmute, go ahead and mute so we don't pick that up. And
That's all right. I don't think we're saying anything we wouldn't be afraid of you hearing. Just give us a minute. We have such poor phone reception right now. I dare touch the button because we'll lose you.
okay,
So hang on just a minute. So basically what they're saying is that at this point, they would deny the variance, but if you wanted another month to get pull together more information, they could put you back on the docket in another month to have this hearing again if you thought more information would be helpful. But from my perspective, nothing's changing. Okay. I mean, what's this mean? You would have to install a female bathroom on the lower level. And I was going to do that. I mean, it's concrete floor. Yeah, saw cut the floor and all that. Well, if we just put the shower, we can do that. You'd agree to do that? Yeah, if they just okay. All right, so I've talked to them, and they understand where you're coming from, and they're going to accept your denial, and we'll provide a woman's restroom or women's restroom on the lower level.
oh, yeah, okay, hold on, Mr. Mullins. Help me out. So you deny the full adjudication order, let them submit new plans, get it through the building department that way. We're not going to condition it up that way because there's still too much to do. Okay, got it. Okay, very well. I would, Mr. Long, we understand and appreciate that. Ms. Allard, Mr. Eaton, I would entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals case number 21-0088, the appellant is Margaret Allard for Allard Excavation LLC. for the premises located at 59 High Street, South Webster, Ohio, 46682. Billy is Jeffrey Eaton. Building official, real building code compliance for the state of Ohio, and adjudication order number 2021 020965. I move to uphold the adjudication order.
Okay, that motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second, thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, by a vote, 4-0, the adjudication order of division of justice compliance has been upheld. Mr. Mullins, anything further?
I guess we're fine. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Eaton.
No, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concludes this case.
Thank you.
Parties are excused. Now, Susan, did you get that email from Mr. Hill?
He claims he's in, but the number he's providing me, it
Okay.
just is not listed, so I just.
We're gonna try this again. Mr. Hill, are you present?
So basically,
Mr. Hill? Well, I mean, I can't really call the case.
Hey, gentlemen, this is Captain Mikowski with the City of Marion. I just last week learned of this case, really have not had a chance to discuss anything with them. Is there a possibility that we could postpone this case until I got an opportunity to speak with them?
That's a possibility. We're just not even sure that to the hearing anyways.
Right.
What are the thoughts of the members of the board? Just hold this case for a little bit to see if they can patch in, or make a sort of a decision right now on the spot on Captain Mikowski's request.
Well, we're going to continue to ask them one part of the question.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd prefer to see if they can get on. I mean, we might end up continuing it anyways, Captain, but.
Sure.
We have one more division case. Let's call that. And then we'll revisit the Marion case in just a second, but if you and Mr. Eaton, well, Mr. Eaton's going to be on the next case anyways, but if you stay on, Captain, we'll just see whether or not the appellants can gain entry, okay?
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for your patience.
Okay, so, our last division case, our last division case of the day, unless the other variant case, it's case number 21-0095, deals with the Naughton School District located in Bowerstown, Ohio, and, division matter and the division's adjudication was ordered number on document. Do we have anybody present on behalf of the appellants in that case?
Yeah, this is Nick Barrett. I'm the project architect from Halliburton Root. We also have Todd Herman, the superintendent for the school, and Ben Hayden from Bricker and Eckler, representing the school district.
Okay, and then we also had Christopher McCloskey, also from the Bricker firm. He going to be present as well?
No, he is not present.
Okay, all right. And Jeff, you're still on?
Yes, sir.
Hello, we're still here.
Well, I was asking Mr. Eaton. Mr. Eaton, you still on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So case is called. I asked.
Did you hear him?
Hey, gentlemen, someone's going to have to mute.
Got on there and said, maybe we should delay it until he got it.
All right, good. Now, let me make sure we have mute. Mr. Hayden, are you present?
Yeah, Ben Hayden is present.
Very good. Okay, if Mr. Barrett and Mr. Herman and Mr. Eaton would stand and raise their right hand, we'll have an oath administered.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
Okay, very
I
good.
I do.
Okay, oath's been administered. Mr. Hayden, for your benefit, maybe you were on before and heard this, and for your client's benefit, we're a board of 5, except today we're assembled as a board of 4 because our fire official member was unable to attend due to a scheduling conflict. Is the school district still willing to proceed?
Yeah, we're willing to proceed.
Okay, and Mr. Eden, you comfortable with that?
Yes, sir, no problem.
Okay, and it looks like, assuming that the memorandum that we get from the division is correct, only item 1 is before us today on the adjudication order, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Hayden, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Barrett's going to present the case for Connaughton.
Very good. Go ahead, Mr. Barrett.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen to just illustrate some of the documents. So I hope you guys can see that. If not, please let me know. But I currently have the floor plan for the project pulled up on the screen.
Yes, we can see that.
Okay, great. So the issue that we are asking for a variance on is for the firewall construction between the existing building and the addition we're providing. It's an existing K through 12 school. It has a previous addition on it on the wing here. And so similar to when that addition is built, we've designated the existing exterior wall as a firewall separation between the 2 areas. The project also includes the renovation of a portion of that existing school, which is the area of focus for this discussion. But this shows the overall floor plan and the reason for having a firewall in this place as code required. So the second sheet that I'll pull up was provided in response to permit comments we received from the state of Ohio requesting additional details on the construction of this firewall. So this was given as supplemental information to the code reviewer. And the particular code requirement that we are asking for a variance on is 706.2 structural stability. I'm going to zoom in on the wall sections so you can see the construction of the wall. So what we have is the existing wall construction is a masonry wall. There is steel columns inside this wall that support the wall itself as well as the existing roof structure. And to meet the code requirement 706.2, we've designed the new addition to be completely structurally independent from this wall, meaning none of its components bear on or attach to the existing construction. And in addition to that, we've provided sprinkler protection on both sides of the firewall. And we've maintained 2 passive egress on both sides of the wall for building occupants. So we sent this to the code reviewer and the response was, I think the concern is that if there was fire on the existing building side that caused the roof structure on the existing building to collapse, it could collapse the firewall construction itself. What we've done, obviously our #1 concern is for the life safety of the building occupants. So what we've done to try to address these concerns is we've provided an additional 2-hour continuous shaft wall to the interior side of the building, which would be the existing building side. This extends from the floor slab up to the roof deck and provides additional protection to the supporting steel inside that wall. And we've also extended the sprinkler protection from the new building into that existing building to provide some additional protection for those roof joists and help eliminate those concerns. In addition to that, the egress paths for both sides of this building do not rely on passage through this firewall. So in the event of a fire, we have 2-hour rated doors and fire shutters that would prevent fire from transferring from one side of the building to the other. I don't want to speak for, I spoke to Justin Hutchins, the code reviewer, about this, and I don't want to speak for him or Jeffrey Eaton. I believe their concerns are not that these don't provide additional protection, but just currently there's no exceptions in the code that directly written under the 706.2 requirement that allow these protections to take the place. So that's why we are requesting a variance. As the architect, we do not have any concerns with this as a construction. We've talked to the local fire chief, Joshua Walker, have a signed letter from him stating that he's also comfortable. And of course, we've expressed these concerns to the owner, who's also construction. In addition,
We have the chief's letter dated August 7th.
Oh, good. The building occupants as well, the students and staff are trained to exit the building within 10 minutes, and they do these drills once a month. So we believe the concerns of the roof collapsing are eliminated by the additional protections that we've put in place, as well as just knowing that by the time that would have happened, the occupants would be out of the building, and so it's no longer a life safety concern. The other item that we are just asking you to consider is that at this phase of construction, we are nearing completion of this area of the project. The owner intends to occupy this portion of the building for the coming school year. So on September 1st, they will need to be able to use the kitchen and cafetorium to feed their students. And so we're asking you to consider the hardship of modifying the construction of this wall at this phase of construction, as it would add both cost and delay to the owner. And we're currently experiencing a lot of material shortages and exorbitant material costs at this phase of construction. So in summary, we don't see this as being contrary to the public interest. We are meeting and exceeding the intent of the code by providing additional protective measures, and so we're asking for a variance on this code requirement.
Okay, got questions of Mr. Barrett at this point in time, members of the board?
How long ago was this permit issued for you to construction on this portion of the facility?
The construction permit was, the original construction permit, I believe, was 1.5 years ago, is when we got the building permit.
Okay. Did you know that this was an issue 1.5 years ago?
No, sir.
As the architect, you did not know that the firewalls require separate structural capacities?
We were aware of the code, but our evaluation of the code and its requirements, we believe that the design of this wall met those requirements. And we submitted that information to the state of Ohio with our permit application. Our most recent round of permit comments revealed that this would not be considered a compliant construction.
Brad, you have a question? Your firewall exhibits 5 and 6 on this sheet. Can you make that like full screen up there? Just draw it.
Yeah, our pictures have to be on that TV.
There's not any ways for
You can go up there, though.
Susan to.
Oh, I got it. He's pointing at it.
It's the 2 wall sections, and there's some photos. Maybe Mr. Barrett, you can put up the photos that show the existing wall construction that you provided in your packet.
Sure. The first photo shows the existing condition once the ceiling was removed and the joists that penetrate that existing masonry wall. So it's an 8-inch block CMU wall.
Hey, Nick, I'm not seeing, this is Ben Hayden. I'm not seeing the pictures yet on your screen.
Oh, okay, I apologize.
There is a delay from when something is posted of about 10 to 15 seconds before you see it streaming online.
Okay. Well, please let me know when the first photo comes up on the screen. I'll try to slide through them.
We're looking at it.
Yeah, we are.
Okay,
looking
good.
at it, so that's fine.
Is that your exhibit 5? Detail 5? On your
Yeah, that's
firewall?
the firewall kitchen side.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the kitchen side. So where the kitchen is now. The second photo is just an enlarged photo of the where the joist comes through that masonry wall.
Yeah, so the steel's buried in the wall.
Correct. And that masonry does provide protection, obviously, of the supporting steel that supports both the wall and the roof structure. However, because it's an existing condition, we did not want to rely on just the existing masonry to provide all of our protection. So as you can see in this next photo, I hope you can see what is the condition as of a couple weeks ago on site. We have an additional 2-hour rated shaft wall on the inside of that to just ensure that we have full 2-hour protection of both the wall and the supporting steel. And the openings you see in that photo are protected by coiling shutter doors in the event of a fire. I have one more photo.
And Nick,
Yeah.
there's also the sprinkler. There's also the added sprinkler system on the
Correct.
existing building side.
Yeah, so the joists run from this wall to the.
Hold on real quick. We're trying to make a record of that, and I'm not sure that we were able to pick up that comment.
Okay, he was just stating that there is also additional sprinkler protection provided in this space on the existing building side to protect the joists that support the roof structure above.
Okay, thank you.
The final photo is from the cafetorium side, showing just the level of completion in the space. It is part of the design intent from the designer to expose this facade to the inside to just tell the story of the existing building and showcase the keystone and some of the building logo. And we're trying to do that without obviously increasing any building risk to the occupants. I believe we're achieving that with the measures we've put in place, but this kind of gives you an idea of the new addition side and how it abuts against the existing building. You can also see there the clear egress path from the cafetorium side directly to the outside. There's 2 exits directly to the outside from this side of that firewall, and all of our required egress from the existing building side can be achieved by going, north through the existing building.
Well, Mr. Beer, before we move on to Mr. Eaton, unless there's anything more from the appellant, if you don't mind if I know quickly.
Please.
So the way that this should have been done a year and a half, probably even more so than that, is the new cafeteria addition to there should have had some columns thrown in and a shaft wall or a new wall in it so that we actually have 2 separate structural systems here. That could have been done easily without having to rely on the same wall to be both the structure for the existing and for the new. So I think, that was a miss on the part of the designer on this standpoint, and now we're put before us. We want to open in 2 weeks, so we can't really change it. That puts us in a really very awkward position here. So I think it could have been designed appropriately to meet the intent of the code. I think, for whatever reason, it was not, and now we have a hardship, the fact that we need to put students in this particular school. So the biggest concern, as you look at the plans, right, you have half the student population sitting in the cafeteria next to the kitchen, which is the likeliest place that a fire is going to occur in a school. And the structure directly above that kitchen could pull that firewall down, including the structure of the entire cafeteria.
Well, I do want to clarify, just because maybe it wasn't clear the first time, the structure of the cafeterium is completely structurally independent from, so if the existing school collapsed, it would not impact the new building. It would only impact the fire separation, potentially impact the fire separation between the two buildings, but structurally they are completely independent.
That doesn't look like what's shown in your sections. Maybe you could pull this back up again and show to me how
sure.
that's the case.
Yeah, absolutely. I apologize if that wasn't clear. So on the sorry, I got a little delay here on the slide transfer. There are columns, additional columns as part of the new building that support the roof structure. So this column here is a new column. The column for this space is slightly out of this section. However, the transfer beam going across the top of this opening supports the new construction and does not bear on or rely on any of the existing structure for support. And you can see those columns in the photo as well. So it abuts the existing building, but it is completely structurally independent and does not rely on it for support. So if that wall were to collapse, it wouldn't impact the new construction side. It could, if the roof joists were not protected and pour down the firewall, it's the potential for that fire to then spread into the new building that is of concern by the code reviewer. So that's why we put in the other measures, the additional shaft wall and the sprinkler system, to try to eliminate those concerns. But structurally, the buildings are completely independent. That's not of concern.
You don't have any sprinkler heads that are above that ceiling in that plenum space above the kitchen, do you?
This is Ben Hayden. Could you repeat your question? I could not hear that.
Hard to hear you. Hard to hear you, Mr. Hyde.
Well, I asked if you, this is Ben Hayden. Can you repeat the question you just asked?
Yes, the question is, I understand you've added additional sprinkler heads in the existing kitchen area, or where the kitchen area is going to be. The question is, have you that extra sprinkler protection, is it also up in the plenum above the ceiling?
The sprinkler heads are provided at the ceiling level. But the entire area that is underneath these joists, from one bearing into the other, is sprinkler protected. So they're completely protected from one bearing point to the other as part of the renovation area.
Protected underneath the ceiling plenum, which is beneath the joists.
Correct.
Yes. All right. I mean, I think probably at this time, Mr. Chair, we'll maybe hear from Mr. Eaton. I think I would be thinking maybe adding additional sprinkler protection in that plenum space, or providing spray-on fireproofing for that steel that's burning on the wall. Right now, just thinking out loud, we'll deliberate amongst the board ourselves, but that's, for my support, I think that I would be leaning to add that additional level of protection. So, Mr. Eaton?
Yes, thank you.
Excuse me. This is Ben Hayden. I want to see if Todd Herman would like to say anything.
You got it. So here, Mr. Hyde, we apologize. Every once in a while, the air conditioning in this hearing room is on. And it's deafening, or sort of muting your voice if you could, speak up.
Yeah, I apologize. I would just like to see, before we switch over to Mr. Eaton, if Mr. Herman, who is also on the line, would like to say anything. He's the superintendent of the school.
Right, and Mr. Herman was sworn in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for hearing us today so we could talk about the situation. I don't know if you want to talk to the reviewer before, or if you want to hear about the constraints that the lack of this variance would cause the hardship.
So we do obviously want to hear from the building official, but before we do so, we're happy to hear from you as a superintendent.
Okay. You know, obviously our first is, the most important is safety of the kids. And we pushed the start date back to September 7th for this start of the school year, and so that we could get this part of the building done. It provides basically the cafeteria and kitchen for our kids. And without this variance, we are not going to be able to feed our kids. Governor DeWine, along with the Ohio Department of Education, has extended the COVID protocols to allow us to provide free and reduced lunch to our kids at no cost for breakfast and lunch. And being in Appalachia, we're very excited about that because we have over 40% free and reduced. So many of our kids, if they didn't get food at school, would not receive the food. So it's very important for us to be able to provide this resource to our students, and also relying on my architect and our local fire chief, who both feel that this meets the safety of our kids. For the public's interest perspective, I feel safe on their giving their approval. Students and staff are trained monthly to evacuate the building. We have about 540 kids, and we're able to evacuate the building in under 2 minutes. When we open fully, the other part of this Rocket Center, we will have anybody that's from the community will also partake in monthly training. So we'll have it marked we'll have it posted that, hey, today at whatever time we're going to do a drill, so that we can allow the public to become trained as well. But we do a really good job of getting out in under 2 minutes. Under the rare situation when we throw obstacles in, sometimes we pretend that the fire is in a certain area, and when the kids get there, they have to go a different way. And so even with those obstacles, you know, we're able to get out in just over 3 minutes. So we take that very seriously, and I think that we can provide safety to all of our students in this scenario. Thank you.
Okay, questions of Superintendent Herman? Okay, Jeff, I forgot to caution you at the beginning of the hearing, although you're aware that you would have the right to have division counsel and or the assistant attorney general present. If Mr. Hayden so chose, he'd be able to make inquiry of you on a cross-examination basis. You still comfortable proceeding along?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
I thought so. Okay, let's hear from you.
We're actually not opposed to the request. We feel that the additional 2 hours have all the fire suppression on the existing side are good compromises. Just one of the quirky things in the code, it's the same type of rating, it's just the structural independence is the issue. So I think they've approached that, and considering the fire drills and the level of attention to egress and getting people out of the in support of that, recognizing the fire chief's support as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hayden, you probably don't have any questions for Mr. Eden, but this would be your opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. I have no questions for Mr. Eaton.
I have one. Jeff, what are your thoughts on additional fireproofing on the steel structures? Mr. Egan brought up, or additional suppression?
I was considering that. The issue really is going to be it would have to compromise the ceiling system and the suppression below to get to that point. Maybe heat or smoke detection. I don't know if that's part of the alarm system now. Maybe early detection of smoke is more conducive than protecting the steel for a response standpoint. But I'm good with either option.
And to address that, we do have heat and smoke detectors on both spaces.
Thank you.
You currently have them?
Yes, sir. Well, they're actually being installed, but they are part of the current construction package.
To Mr. Eaton's point, is there any detection in the plenum space above the kitchen?
I would have to check on that specifically. I can't speak to that with 100% accuracy, but I do know that our fire protection system includes smoke detection and fire alarm devices throughout.
Okay. Mr. Hyde, anything further to elicit from the school district?
No, I don't believe so. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Eaton, anything further you want to present on behalf of the division?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, then let's deliberate here our comments and our sentiments going forward. I'll open it up.
Go ahead.
I was to say, I think I sort of learned some additional protection. Zipped inside of the this wall.
Can you hear Mr. Began?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's just really that form, what it should take. Should we require some spray and fireproofing and provide our fire rating? Maybe add some upturned heads in that plenum space, provide additional protection for that steel. Or Mr. Eaton's suggestion of additional fire alarm detection in that plenum space above there. Again, if it's a kitchen fire, yes, the sprinklers are located below the ceiling. So what's going to happen is anything above the ceiling is not necessarily protected by that. So is it possible that there's a grease fire or a trash fire or something else that is going to last a little bit longer than the sprinklers are to put it out? And I would say, yes, that is possible. If that's the case, are we now messing around with the structural integrity of that structure that might, if it deflected under heat, pull down that fire barrier wall? So that's what the concern is. So it's, again, so I think I would be supportive of the variance with some additional protection for that steel. I know we are adding additional shaft wall to the interior side of the wall to protect the wall itself. I'm not as concerned about that masonry wall having protection as I am about that structure on the other side having the impact on the integrity of that wall.
Neil, just so I don't repeat, I too agree with Paul on this comment that there should be a different protection.
Brad, does the drop ceiling, I mean, that doesn't provide protection?
The ceiling tiles required for kitchens need to be cleanable, and I have not yet uncovered, and maybe Paul can tell us, if they do have rated ceiling systems. However, I have not found a ceiling system that is both rated and cleanable as required by code.
Mr. Barrett, you want to comment on that?
We do have a cleanable ceiling tile system. I believe it does provide some smoke barrier protection. I don't think it has a rating. I would ask you to consider, we are replacing all of the kitchen equipment, including the Ansel system, kitchen hood suppression to eliminate, potential risk of a grease fire around the cooking equipment. All of that is brand new and meets all of the kitchen code requirements.
Brad, follow-up?
Yeah, I agree. I think putting something with vinyl fireproofing is a good idea in lieu of, the main point, I just want to, summarize that we have two independent structural systems, but we only have one wall. And normally we have two walls. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So the variance is for two not having a second wall.
That is correct. So I didn't quite understand until Mr. Barrett pointed out that they're keeping the existing wall exposed as a design decision. They could have put up a fire wall there that would have provided the protection that they wanted. So they're relying on the existing wall to be that firewall. So design-wise, the decision to keep that wall open and exposed is what kind of got us to where we're at.
And what's a shack wall?
It's really thick gypsum board.
Yeah, we have, sorry, I didn't mean to jump in. We have a shaft liner with metal stud and then 2 layers of 5/8 inch drywall to the inside face of that wall and those are, we had them tooth that drywall around the existing joists and provide fire caulking at those penetration locations to improve the protection on those joists and the bearing points inside the wall.
I would support it, providing some protection for steel or spray.
Okay, Brad indicated he supports the variance, providing some, condition to provide some support for the steel.
Can you all read his proposed conditions if he had them?
I think that's what we need to do. You want record?
Well, let's just kind of go back, maybe decide amongst ourselves. And Mr. Eaton brought up the idea of putting some additional fire and smoke detection in the fun space adjacent to that wall. Yeah. Normal spaces like this one have a fire smoke thing that's underneath the ceiling, right? So smoke goes in here, that's fine. Well, if there's some type of fire or combustion or something that's up in that ceiling space, it doesn't necessarily go off as the ceiling itself is going to prevent the transmission of smoke. So Mr. Eaton may be suggesting that we add some additional protection up there. We'll give some additional protection for that versus, adding full spray on fireproofing to that area.
And Mr. Chair, I could maybe wait on that point.
Is that Mr. Barrett speaking?
This is Jeff Eaton.
Oh, Jeff, okay, sorry.
I had a question for Mr. Barrett on the new kitchen equipment, the vertical ducts. Normally they're not protected if they're not within certain proximity of combustible materials, but to Mr. Egan's point, as far as a grease fire, maybe one of the extra alternatives to the addition of the heat detection I mentioned, or smoke detection in the plenum, would be to wrap the duct kitchen hood ducts in a clearance reducing rated duct wrap that would protect the steel and also protect any event of a grease fire in the duct.
Mr. Barrett, technically, he can't ask you that question, but I'll ask you that question. You can comment.
I'm sorry, Mayor, the question is, would we consider adding fire wrap to the duct? Yeah, I mean, I think we're at this point, again, I think the additional safety measures that we put in place, we do consider to be sufficient, but at this point, if there are additional scope items added, I would have to evaluate whether or not we have that in the scope already or not. I know that we do have some fire wrap duct. I don't know if we have it specifically there. I know that we have fire dampers on all the duct work that's going in and out of the space. So I would have to check to see if that's something we've already put in the documents, but if not, it seems like a fairly low impact change. If that would be acceptable for to get the variance.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is Jeff. That's just my, I guess, additional recommendation to kind of address Mr. Beacon's concern with the bar joist, especially if that kitchen duct turns horizontal for any distance and maybe runs parallel to the joist before it continues upward, that the extra protection on the duct and the smoke detection in the plenum would be an option I would recommend in lieu of the spray on fire retardant treated.
Okay, are we to a point where you want to try to action some conditions that will, okay, we're going to go off the record for just a second. Let Mr. Began craft some proposed conditions, Mr. Barrett, Mr. Hyde, and Mr. Eaton, and we'll then vet those with you and see what we got. Off record. Good time to rest. Sure. I mean, how's that funded?
It's
like
all
a
by
joint-
fees, all by fees.
Oh, you're a self-sustaining,
No, we're under the commissioner, we're under the general fund.
well, you're under the Richland County Commission.
Yes, but the fees paid by the other counties cover their inspections.
Okay. Back on the record. Mr. Hayden, are you, Mr. Barrett present? Mr. Eaton, are you present? Are you present?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir. I'm
All right, there may be a delay, but, Mr. Egan has worked laboriously here to propose some conditions that we're gonna consider. He's gonna read those, but if you have a screen, you can read along.
This variance is conditioned on the following. Number one, the former exterior wall between the existing building and the new addition shall be classified as a fire barrier. A shaft wall providing a minimum of a 2-hour fire resistance rating shall be applied to the existing building side of the fire barrier wall along the length of the connection to the new building addition. Number two, openings into and through fire barriers shall be protected according to OBC section 716. Number 3, penetrations through fire barriers shall be protected according to OBC section 714. Number 4, the kitchen exhaust and makeup air ductwork shall be protected above the ceiling plenum with fire wrap insulation to the satisfaction of the building official. Number 5, additional fire and smoke detection shall be provided above the ceiling in the plenum space adjacent to the fire barrier to the satisfaction of the building official. The additional fire and smoke detection devices are considered required systems and listed as such on the certificate of occupancy by the building official. Number 6, this variance is granted based on the use, construction, occupant load, building area, and level of activity identified on the approved construction documents, including the maintenance of all building systems and any conditions required herein. And number 7, the chief building official shall forward a copy of any certificate of occupancy to the fire department having either emergency response or fire prevention responsibility.
Okay, that was of some length. Give you a second to consider those, and I'll ask then Mr. Hayden, or whether you'll defer to Mr. Barrett to comment.
Yeah, this is Ben Hayden. My question about number 1 is, it looks like you're just incorporating the shaft wall that we're showing on our plans. Is that correct?
That is correct. If we did not put that up there, it's not something you'd be required to do. And what would happen, someone down the line, they decide to do a renovation and take it down. We're showing it as a condition for allowing that to be there. It's not required wall. You voluntarily added it, and we think it's a good idea to add additional protection. So we're just basically memorializing that as a condition.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Jeff, let's move on to you. Thoughts or comments on those proposed conditions?
Yeah, we're comfortable with those additional as well.
Okay. Mr. Hyde, anything further before we?
Well, I would want to defer to Mr. Barrett on 4 and 5 to get his comment. I think he said the fire wrap is something that can be done, and then I would like to hear his comments on the fire and smoke detection if he has any.
Is there any more specificity on where we would like to place it says above the ceiling in the plenum space adjacent to the fire barrier. What I'm trying to avoid is a lot of back and forth on the submission of our documents. I just want to make sure when we revise and resubmit that we are putting together exactly what's expected. So are we expecting kind of one device in that plenum space for each room?
Here's what it is. We're not going to design that. That's not the point of our board here. The point of our board is to allow you to utilize a fire barrier instead of a fire wall where it's required. So we're giving you a variance to that based on this condition. It's to the satisfaction of the building official. So those details for that you will work through with Mr. Eames' group, your plans examiner. I think you said Justin Hutchins is your plans examiner. And I'm sure Mr. Eames will talk with Mr. Hutchins and say, here, I want him here, here, and here. And through your communication with your plans reviewer, you should have all the detail you need for that submission.
Okay.
If they want 300 of them, then you do 300 of them. If they want 3 of them, then you get 3 of them. So it's up to the building official what he thinks is adequate coverage.
Understood.
Okay, I think we're at a point in this proceeding where we should consider a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals case number 21-0095. The appellant is the Conneton School District for the premises 7205 Cumberland Road, Southwest, Bowerstown, Ohio, 44695. The appellee is Jeffrey Eaton, building official, Bureau of Building Code Compliance for the state of Ohio, and adjudication order number 2019-021376. I move to grant the variance subject to the conditions previously read in the record and noting no objection of the building and fire officials.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second? Second. We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion by a 4-0 vote of this board carries the variance. All those proposed conditions, it has been granted. Anything further, Mr. Hayden?
No, thank you.
Mr. Eaton, anything further?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. That case is concluded. Paul, do you need a restroom break, Randy? He needs an extension cord break. With that doesn't warrant a break, so we'll call the next case. Mr. Hill, are you present?
Hopefully we're.
Say that one more time.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
All right, this is Jim Hill with Hill Engineering.
Okay.
I have the owner Dave Roush with me.
Okay. And what about Lynn Roush?
Well, that's my wife. No, she's not here right now. She's,
okay, very good.
Yeah, actually, the building is in her name and the business part that's going in is in my name.
All right, Mr. Eaton, you're still with us, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did, Captain, are you still present?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's call this case and then, consider where we go, in light of some of the comments that had been expressed earlier. And Mr. Hill, Mr. Roush, thanks for indulging yourselves to try to connect with us. We have technical challenges and it can be difficult. We're going to now recall case number 21-0084, which is a Marion case, which deals with the property known as 130 South Prospect Street. Again, it's a Division of Industrial Compliance case. We have the division's adjudication number noted on the docket. Let the record reflect that James Hill and David Roush are both present. Mr. Roush being the principal owner or party in interest. And let the record reflect that Captain Mikowski from the Marion Fire Department and Jeff Eaton from the Division of Industrial Compliance are present. With the four of you, wherever you are, stand, raise your right hand. Sandy, would you administer?
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Okay, Mr. Hill, I don't know if you were present but couldn't be heard, but Captain Mikowski had weighed in when we were trying to see if we had the parties that Marion Fire had not had an opportunity to look at this, or at least to look very deeply into this, and had suggested a continuance. We made no determination because we were going to allow the opportunity for you and your client to patch in. Mr. Mikowski, you want to state what you told us? And we haven't made any decision on this, so just so we make this record.
Yeah, basically, just what you had said there, that I really hadn't had a decision to talk or opportunity to talk with Mr. Hill or received anything. The first notification I had this was going to a hearing was through an email from Mrs. Steer. But I mean, I'll follow the will of the board for this. I do have an idea of what I think would be alternatives for them and things that we could discuss, but in the past it's always worked out better to have these discussions directly with the owner and the design professional before we appear before your board.
Mr. Hill, do you have any additional impressions?
Mike, Jim Hill.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your being on the line here. David tried to contact you, of course. You've been out on vacation and stuff, so we haven't been very successful in getting together. What is your impression of, or your thoughts as far as not requiring sprinklers in this building? It's an old bowling alley. It's block and a half from the fire department, I mean, concrete floor. Yeah, there's a wood roof, but the walls are brick, et cetera, et cetera. If we go on with this now and get turned down, and this is a question for Jeff and the board, then can we come back later and say, hey, Mikowski has, or the, fire department has said, yeah, he agrees with us, or should we present what we know now and then table it? What's the proper procedure here?
Well, I think that's a menu of options. I'll defer to my colleagues on the board as to how they think it probably is best to proceed under the circumstances. Before I do that, Jeff, you want to comment?
I'm just taking into consideration your agenda for the day, that it may be best if they come back prepared and not take the time to go back and forth on conditions and what if. So Mr. Mikowski made that recommendation. I would agree with that, just for sake of the rest of the agenda today.
Okay. Do you want to just
hold your thoughts for a second? Paul?
Yeah, I think that probably makes sense. I'm not necessarily trying to advise you, but what works best for us is if you've spoken with the building department, the building official, or your plans examiner, and with the fire department, and everybody said, yeah, this is going to be something that's difficult. We would support variance if you do this, this, and this. I don't think those conversations have taken place yet. So presenting now with I think you would probably not get Captain Mikowski's support just because he hasn't had a chance to go through those options with you yet. It would be difficult for us to move on the case.
We'll go ahead and delay right now until.
Mr. Hill, hold on. We didn't hear you. I don't think. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, if you could repeat that, please.
Yeah, we'll delay for right now, and then we'll try to get some other stuff together.
That was Dave Rouse, the owner.
Right. Well, look, we worry about fire safety, and it would be a challenge for us probably to get somewhere without at least concurrence of the fire jurisdiction. And in this case, the captain hasn't had an opportunity to vet the issues yet. All right, we're going to do this, Mr. Hill. Thank you for that consent. I would entertain a motion to continue this matter, and we can get you, Susan, our executive board secretary, is pretty good about getting people on an agenda sooner rather than later if that accomplishes their objective. So I would entertain a motion to continue.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Hill, Mr. Roush, the matter will be continued. Hopefully you can get with Jeff's department and with Marion Fire, and we'll probably see you back in front of us here sometime in the not too distant future.
All righty, that sounds good. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
See you.
Now back in. Okay, so anybody need a break? Sandy, you need a break? No. Okay, all right. Well, we'll call our in-person Richland County matter. want to use that all, but then you gotta move it back out.
Yeah.
How do you think this up?
It's okay, there's plenty of that here.
Okay. All right, thanks for your indulgence, gentlemen. We're gonna call case number, 20-025, Richland County Building Authority jurisdictional matter. It deals with the legacy on Possum Run, that's the name of the premises, and the building department's adjudication numbers noted on the docket. Let's have an introduction of the parties, first beginning with the appellant and or appellant's representatives. State your full name, spell your last name, and capacity by which you're here in a representative way. We'll do the same thing with the building officials. We'll have an oath administered, and I'll go over a couple of administrative things and see whether you're willing to proceed in front of the board 4 rather than board 5, because we have an empty chair right now. So go ahead.
Yes, my name is Roger Reel, Reel Engineering, design professional, so representing
Chad Thompson, owner, last name Thomtson.
Thank you. Mr.
Ken Arthur, Arthur, Richland County, building official.
I'm David Molnar, Molnar. I am Richland County's planning.
Okay, each of you actually get to see this. If everybody stand, raise your right.
Yeah.
We're so excited to have you, Mark.
You know, I was wondering if we could get this through this. It's just like riding a bike.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Do you swear affirm and tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Any trepidation about proceeding today in front of the board 4? You probably heard me say earlier that there is a split vote. I suppose statistically it's more likely. It doesn't happen often, but it could be a split vote. Mr. Arthur's adjudication order is going to stand. So want to proceed?
Proceed, please.
Okay. Mr. Reel, you have the floor. Or Mr. Thompson.
Yes, may I approach these two plans?
Please, and that's Mr. Molnar. Mr. Arthur, if you want to come up, you're welcome to come up as well.
Okay. So yes, what we have here is a very large building. I'm sure we've seen this a couple times before. And here I am on the third continuance. And what this was a agricultural building, and they did retail sales of it was called Possum Run Greenhouse. They did resale sales of plants and miscellaneous stuff. And what we have here is just a large building. So in order, and what we're looking to do is make it a venue for weddings. So in order to do that, we had to shrink the footprint down quite a bit. In doing that, we have these large greenhouse space areas here.
And you're referring to sheet G1, correct?
I'm referring to sheet G1, yes. And so what we've done is we separate this into 2 separate buildings. We've got this wood structure over on this side. We've got a firewall that separates here, and we've got this metal and glass building on this side. And when we were here last, we were asked to do more extensive or a full building code review, which the Richland County Building Department has done. And in our conversations, we've come up with this concept for a plan. So what essentially we're appealing is the sprinkler system. We've looked at the cost of doing the sprinkler system, and we've got some folks that are just phenomenal, as you might imagine, because there's no water supply here. So in lieu of sprinklers, we attempted to do as much firewall separation as we can. So there was no fire separations in here before, and making a fire separation in some of these areas is almost impossible for, nothing's impossible, but with money, but so this is what we ended up with. I'm gonna go to sheet A2 or A1, sheet A1. And in our building review, what we had to do is we had to add a restroom area over here, shown in A1, and we're adding that into this greenhouse space. And so, without saying a whole lot, what we're appealing the sprinkler, and the sprinkler requirement is triggered by the number of people.
What is the occupancy?
The occupancy is well over 1,000. But what the owner has agreed to do is to limit the occupancy to 299, either on this side or this side, not simultaneously. So it's going to be 299 occupants for the entire structure. And let's see, there was we have a building area that is too large. We're looking at, I'm going to go back to sheet G1. We're looking at an area that's allowable area. My eyes are blurry. We're looking at an allowable area of 15,000. Allowable area with the sprinkler increase for this north area of 15,000, and we're wanting to have an actual area of 19,000 once it's all done. We separate these firewall, separate this by removing a section of this building, and here now we have this 19,000 square foot space here, and just a bit less on this side. But so that triggers.
And for both of these spaces, you're still going to keep the occupancy at max of 299.
Yes.
And not simultaneously.
Yes. Yes. So there's another trigger that for the sprinkler system that is also in this. We're going to call it a second story loft area. So it's a small area in this. Basically, it's over in that. We're going to call this. There's names for these buildings. There's the New Roots structure, and there's also the Bridgewater Heritage section. So in the Bridgewater section here, we have this upper loft area which triggers the sprinkler system. It's a small area, and I think I had the occupant load here. It's a small occupant load, under 50.
Okay, any questions of Mr. Real?
Where is that area in this?
Okay, we are back right here. See this roof structure here? We have a loft here, and here there's two lofts in this space.
Now, is that area separated from any of the other structure around it?
No, the only fire separation we have in this building is right here that separates this 19,000 square foot greenhouse from this Bridgewater. I'm going to call it Heritage Bridgewater.
How big is Bridgewater?
Bridgewater is, I wrote it on here. So we have an area of 20,400 square feet, and we have an allowable area.
Yeah, but what does that include? What is that 20,000 square? Because you're showing me 19,000 square feet there. I'm seeing this.
Okay.
Right? Which, since they're not separated, they're the same building. That looks like it's 35,000 square feet.
Very good question. What we did is this is a greenhouse space here. So this hatched area you're looking at is a removed section of this greenhouse. So this is a separate building, removed section, firewall, removed section. So what you see, these single hatch lines, this is now our space that is for the Bridgewater Heritage.
So when you say a removed section, what exactly took place?
What
for you to call it a removed section?
Okay, that's a good question. It's a low, this is more of a low budget greenhouse. It's got small, I would say inch and a half tube steel that is, it's real, they're 20-foot spacings, and I'm gonna refer to Chad, is that a plastic cover, or it's a plastic? So it's really not much of a building per se. It's pretty simple to remove that.
So you just removed the tubing and the plastic, and what's the distance of the removed space?
20 feet, 20-foot separation.
Okay, any other further questions, Mr. Construction classification, residential consent?
Yes, this is all metal and glass. So this is a 2B structure, and this is a 5B structure with frame walls and with trusses. Basically, pole barn type construction. Some stick framing too.
So there's an upper level office as well.
There is an upper level office, and right in this area, that would be a second story.
Two lofts besides that.
And the two lofts. That was existing. Okay, I think you could listen to it. Thanks.
Okay, are there any other questions of Mr. Leader? Okay, thank you. I see Mr. Arthur has a code book out. Okay, Mr. Arthur or Mr. Holman.
We've been working on this project with the appellant for about a year and a half. Some revisions to the proposed plans were brought in last Wednesday, which we issued a correction letter. I don't know if you got a copy of that, or if you would like a copy. I made copies because I will be pretty much reading number 4, 5, and 7 out of it. You guys have a copy of this? You wrote it? I was there. Okay. So nothing has been removed yet. Okay, so these were the proposed things to be removed, which would be a section of the greenhouse. It's my understanding that the whole greenhouse would probably go away. They don't need it. They don't want it. So that is out
at least 20 feet.
At minimum 20 feet. This greenhouse, they are removing a section out of it here, and this will remain ag use. They don't have a real proposal for it at this time, but it will not be part of the guests, which occupy half this section, and this section is frankly filled up with the tables that plants are on. You couldn't use it if you wanted to. This was a wood open structure. It's going to go away. Firewall would be here, which would make this its own building, and then this is a traditional mortise and tenon post frame barn, and then this is a modified pole type structure supposed to be. Okay, so with this, the north greenhouse, the area I believe they call new roofs, there's several things that would kick in for suppression. The fire area exceeds 5,000 square feet, and that's out of Chapter 9. Then the tables in Chapter 5, for an A2, you're limited to 9,500 square feet, requiring a sprinkler. And with the open perimeter giving, you know, the additional footage, you're at 15,175, but the building is 19, so it's over there also. Okay, going to this building, the Bridgewater Heritage. Oh, and sorry, there's more than 100 people. The fire area exceeds 100 people. So in this area, there's also things that would kick in the sprinkler. The fire area exceeds 5,000. It's 5B construction, which limits it to 10,400 square feet, and is noted to be about double that, 20,400. There's more than one level of exit discharge. Now, this is on a slope, so this level here exits on an exit level discharge, and then this area here also can go out.
Oh, okay.
So that helps.
Yeah.
That helps their situation. The loft, which would be a second story in here, doesn't comply in an unsprinkled building. The offices are up in here, and that may be something they abandoned, but they are shown on the plan. And they would exit down one level and out. So it would be a second story there, not a third story.
The occupancy there's relatively limited.
In the office, yes, it would be. So those are the things that, you know, call for the sprinklers and what they're asking for relief for. A couple things that they have brought in were proposed additional exits from this space and also from this space, additional exits. The travel distances are okay, but I mean, as far as the code, and they also proposed an additional stairway exit out from the, I gotta get the name right, from the Heritage Room barn. They were proposing to put an enclosed stairway out to the exit outside, which would be an additional a plus for that. They have talked to the local jurisdiction as far as the fire. I believe there's a letter. You guys have seen the letter. I asked for a signed copy, which I have yet to receive. I don't know if the copy, but it is an updated one. It is a current one. It is this month that they wrote the letter, but it is unsigned. The version I had is. I'm not allowed to ask them, but maybe
Or you have an executed copy.
Is there a signed copy?
Well, I did ask him for a signed copy, and that's what he emailed, a digital signed copy.
Okay. So, I mean, it's minor, but
That was a check if you did that.
So, that's.
If that's the case, I got something for you.
That's the situation. We have said that no more than 299, period. You know, whether some are here and some are here, 299, because, you know, this is a greenhouse. If it gets warm, you know, and the food's over here, you know, there'll be crossover. The handicap toilet rooms are going to be here, so there'll be crossover, but limiting the entire number to 299.
Could we take a quick break? I gotta take this call.
Sure. Sure.
All for it. Thanks.
Go ahead.
back on the record. Mr. Arthur, you can proceed.
Okay, the other thing that they have proposed and we have requested is to provide a fire alarm system that would cover the entire structure. So on what they are proposing is reduce the areas by removing combustible separations, adding a full fire alarm, adding additional exits, and the exit passage from the Heritage Barn.
Where would the fire alarms cover?
This and all this.
Okay.
Yeah, it would cover both the entire thing, including, you know, there's some storage under this space for decorations, tables, chairs. It would cover in the entire building. And adding a firewall for separation. And if it's the pleasure of the board, you know, to allow that, I would have no problem with that. A couple things, again, if it's the pleasure of the board, I would restrict it to no flames, no loud music, no dim lighting, because those are the things that disorient people, you know, to maintain a minimum level of lighting.
You said firewall or fire barrier?
No, it's an actual firewall. It's an independent wall that would stand if everything else around it fell.
Have we ever imposed a condition of no loud music?
Now, that'd probably be a part.
It is in the code, really. Because, you know, if the music is so loud, you can't hear the fire alarms. At what decibel level? I'm going to say over 80. The Who concert that was the loudest ever was 120. A jet engine is about 110.
Well, the cicadas were more than that. Okay, questions of Mr. Arthur or his colleague, Mr. Bolter?
So you're in favor?
I would not be opposed.
Are you an attorney?
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I can discuss that later.
Mr. Arthur's been doing this for a long time, so.
Yeah.
Why the $299 limit? What's that?
Why $299? It comes up in the code a few times. I think a crowd of 299 is enough to manage in a panic situation.
So before we go too far down this path, Mr. Real, anything you heard from Mr. Arthur that you're uncomfortable with?
No,
Okay. All right, gentlemen.
Let me ask, and this might be just to both parties here. I think you've done a lot of work, which is good. I mean, we did ask for a lot, but I think we can understand this a little bit better now, which is positive. I think my concern now, assuming that we could do fire alarm and things like that, is tell me a little bit how Egress works here. There's a lot of little doors all over the place. That you know, part of this is making sure, right, you got a 5B structure, right, it's all wood. You know, how do we get people out of here quickly with the multiple levels and all of that?
So okay, I can address that question. I'm gonna
In the 5B structure, I believe you stated they were gonna put an additional egress door on that, or?
They had proposed, yes.
I just wanted to clarify.
Actually, I think we need other doors on the other one.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
we did propose
provide an egress plan here that shows the routes to this building here. Distance is 70 feet, maximum distance to these doors here. The egress distance was, here we get 40 feet, a common path to bought from the most remote part of this warming kitchen to this place to eat. We were talking about this loft here. We've got a route we have a 75-foot maximum travel from the office we were concerned about, and occupant load.
That's not out of the building, is it?
This is out of the, yeah, 75 travel. Just above the stairs. Above the stairs.
If I may, this office is over time, yeah, and so it would actually be going out here.
So you can see it here. Here's the bottom, here's the stairway coming down, and it goes straight out the door.
This is directly to the outside. Because it is, the whole thing is on a slope, so there are, you know,
Yeah. But, you know, so how far is it from here?
Okay, so we've got an upper, so it's kind of, let me switch over to.
Because I saw some of the pictures, right? So you got this upper part, flames either gonna go up, you got an open stair, you know, so that may not be the way that everybody goes out.
Yeah, so this might help you a little bit better viewing this building. So we've got multiple levels here. Here you can see this section goes through the whole building, right? Probably the area we're most concerned about. I'm going to show you where this section is taken here. We're taking a section right through. Shows that upper office level. Back over here. So you get that concept here, kind of outline this office space here. I don't know if that helps you at all or not, but
Well, no, I mean,
it's hard to study.
I think I understand, right? Maybe more so than my other board members, so you know, so this, you know, this spot right here, right, is essentially below grade,
yes,
right? So, you know, how far is it for these people to get out?
it would be less than, they come up this stairway.
Yeah, but I'm waiting,
Exactly.
stuff is gonna be going up, so I wanna know the multiple ways that they can get out of that
So
space.
from this space, you have this stairway.
Right, so it's an open stairwell, right, so it's.
Directly, here's the stair coming here, up here, it goes right this way.
What's that for?
$70 feet from this point. This is our maximum point where you have 2 feet of egress. We've got, it's going to be less than 70 feet in this way or go out this way.
Those 7 feet, what are stairs?
The stairs are, one of those has a stairway. So these other ones is straight up.
Well, let me jump back one. How do people arrive here?
Okay, I'm gonna go back to sheet.
All right,
This gives you
part
an
of
overall
what we have to think about too is people are generally gonna go out the door when they know where
Where they
they
came
came
in.
in.
So yes, here we have a parking space here.
Mhm.
And what we're looking at the main entrance right here. And then these are not, these uses are, have exit signs and they can use them, but like you said, they're not gonna be your primary, exits. But I'm gonna switch back over here where we do have we have quite a few exits out of this space. We actually added one here.
No loud music. Where's the main entrance on that?
The main entrance would be right here. Here's the main entrance, which is about center located, centrally located.
Is it all on the same level here?
Well, see,
No, that's downstairs. This is the lower level right here.
this is the lower level, yeah.
That's the one level.
This is all one level here where I'm identifying here. Yeah. So that was great, yeah.
And how do we get it together?
Up to this level, you have a stairwell here, and you have a stairwell here, and then you have this catwalk that goes around 2 ways. So that's how you get up here. This is at grade door right here.
For that upper level, that's an at-grade door.
Yeah, this is an at-grade door.
And that level was also the level they proposed adding a stairwell out to the outside.
An enclosed stairway.
Yeah, rated.
Rated enclosed stairway.
You don't have to rely on that bridge to get out.
You would, well, you would have this at-grade exit, but you're right, that this would be your second means of egress. It would be a required means of egress out of it, over the bridge.
Is there any new construction?
No, there's no new construction there. The new construction are confined to these dark, where I actually circle an area. So, to answer your question, we did add a wall here to separate the storage from the stairwell coming down in these dressing rooms. So they can escape out this door. This is at-grade door.
Yeah, and I'm looking more at the other door in between those two restrooms there. It looks like it's pretty darn narrow.
This door, it shrinks down. It's a 3-foot door.
In a 3-foot corridor.
Yeah, it's tight.
We can make that bigger. That's just no restrictions.
Well, it kind of is. You have to remove one of the restrooms. That's what I'm asking. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The boilers are abandoned, not hooked up at all. They were to heat the greenhouses, so there's not that threat.
All right, the other piece of it, I see 2 double doors, the only way out.
In this, there's doors here, there's a door here.
Yeah, but that goes into another.
No, this goes directly to the outside.
It goes outside?
Yes, goes outside. And also, I know these are not the direction of egress.
But those doors don't necessarily have to swing one way or another. I could swing them the other way, although it creates a little bit of problem there, but there's nothing that wouldn't need to swing them the other way, so.
Right, this is still in the design stage. Nothing has been built, nothing has been built.
Have you done the calculations for the 280 seats plus however many extra in that particular space as far as the required egress width and all that to make sure you know the number of doors you need? It just seems a little light to me, right? There's 280 people in there and, you know, there's a couple doors. That doesn't quite seem like enough, especially if now we're not sprinkling it. So,
okay.
And I know it's a difficult structure because it's glass and steel, right? It's existing, so.
Glad you mentioned that. So we have a 66-inch wide door here, which has an occupant load of 330 based on the width. And here we have a second door with a width of 33 inches, which 165 25, so we're probably more than double of what, so that's, what's that, almost 500, based on code. Just these two doors, if I added that one, I might be able to add.
And travel distance, we're okay with the separation and all that?
Travel distance.
In that space?
In this space?
Yeah.
Yes, travel distance is, I don't see it on that.
That's right. Only because, you know, so there's different numbers, building sprinkler and unsprinklered, right? We're unsprinklered, so there's a shorter travel distance that's required. So that's why I'm asking these questions, right? We're not sprinkler, right? You know, part of your presentation, hey, your building area based on a sprinkler thing, like, well, it's not sprinkler. So what's your tabular area without that sprinkler increase, right? So that's, you know, I just want to make sure that we know what we're talking about when we're doing this, so.
we initially did a chapter 34 analysis, but, we kind of.
Too much of a change of use for maybe.
Yeah.
We need to want to consider
Yeah,
chapter 34. I'm sure Mr. Arthur as well too.
So in that, we did, assess the travel distance, and, we added doors in order to increase that.
And in talking with Chad, he is not opposed to adding additional doors. But I will let him speak.
I'm not opposed at all.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, a lot of information to process. Your brain seems to be ticking.
Yeah, I think we're farther along, so I think we can understand a little bit better. They've been proactive with, you know, cutting down this to a couple of different buildings. Maybe this is just me. I mean, it seems like we're almost there. I don't know if I'm quite to the level of comfort. I mean, we're gonna have a lot of conditions, right? So there's half of the building area is storage, right? So we're gonna have, you know, a couple of conditions that are gonna be saying what can and can't happen in those storage areas, right? Yeah, I don't know if I'm quite there yet.
One other thing I could offer up, if it would please the board, the loft area in what we're calling the Heritage Barn. It's a rarely used area, that whole area in general. And I'd be willing to take access to that out so that we would limit the use of that loft area and take that risk out completely. It's one thing we try to consider, as well as maybe trying to find a way to connect the two so then you get another exit up there, but just structurally not possible with an old barn like that. So I would be okay with making that permanent.
Are you thinking a relatively short continuance and allowing parties to propose conditions?
Yeah, I mean, so here's the next level thing. So Mr. Arthur, even with us granting a variance, he's gonna say, all right, give me your plan that shows me where emergency lighting is in your exit signs, right? That's gonna be huge for a maze like this, right? Where is it pointing you to exit at each point in this little maze? Now, when you're up on those bridges and you see an exit sign, where is that directing you? Is it directing you to the right space? Little questions like I'm asking for those, you know, those outside Egress stores, right? Well, they're not compliant. So technically, we're asking for another variance for an egress door that doesn't meet the requirements for, you know, the width, right? Because you have the larger capacity going into a smaller, you know, and those are concerns, right? So I think there's another level. I think you guys have come along with, this is just for me. Right. Again, I won't speak for the rest of my board. I think you probably have it figured out as far as egress paths and travel distances. You know, give me those plans that have those dotted lines that show from every single point, you know, directional arrows that show, hey, here's where we go from any point here out, and here's the exact distance to those doors. Because those are the things that are,
Is that a plan submission?
I think they're gonna need it eventually. I think this is not, what I'm saying is, I don't think what I'm saying that the pieces, parts that I'm missing is something Mr. Arthur is not gonna wanna see eventually anyways, right?
Right, that is, one of the conditions on the correction letter for
Right.
the electrical.
Right. So, I mean, even diagrammatically right now, it's all right, where's our exit signs, where's the emergency lighting, you know, give us all of our egress paths. Just so that we got everything, you know, we have another condition we need to come up with is, all right, so all of these storage areas, right, we're gonna have to have a condition about securing those storage doors so that during an event, right, my, you know, little 11-year-old nephew who's curious as can be, right, isn't wandering around this place, oh, look at this, what's going here, right? Because, you know, that gives me the heartache, right? Okay, now there's a fire event and there's people somewhere where they're not supposed to be, and the fire department's got to go through this thing that's made of wood, trying to make sure everybody gets out of there. So there's the next level of detail is all I'm saying. I think it would make me feel better. Again, I'm not opposed to a potential variance. It's just those couple, the next level of detail in the questions, to me, I think will give you a much higher level of comfort.
One comment, Mr. Mayor?
I feel on that electrical drawing, we did identify the maximum travel distance of 70 feet from that. We don't have any spaces where you travel more than 75 feet from the, or 70 feet from that. One's the area you're concerned about, which is the real concern is that heritage area.
Not necessarily, the other one as well too, right? You're saying, hey, we're building a new wall in this greenhouse to separate it. What is that wall? Is it made out of toothpicks?
Yeah.
You know?
But I did identify the wall material, any new construction.
I understand, but I mean, here's me as an architect looking at walls that are one line on a drawing. Doesn't give me a whole lot of comfort, right?
Yeah.
Right? They're made of something.
Yeah.
There should be some thickness to those walls shown on the drawings. You know, same thing with the existing, right? It's one, you got some double walls shown on the areas where you're doing some new work. Everything else is kind of just, you know, it's a diagram. That's basically what it is. So, where are the windows? I don't know, I can't tell because, you know, they're not on, I can't see them on the plan. You know, as far as fire department being able to access to, you know, to attack a fire if there is a fire. You know, again, it's the next level of detail that, and again, we've come a long way since the last time that you were here before us. And again, I'm only speaking as one board member.
Can I offer one more comment that, as far as the egress lighting, it does have a backup power system that when the power goes out, the emergency power lights up everything. So it's not like you have.
But where are those lights at? You can say, hey, I only need one in that big room, and I may say, you know what, there's no sprinklers in here, I want 5 of them.
on sheet E1, I feel like I pretty well detailed all the lighting, and, the ether and exit lights. You could take a look at E1.
Well, you know, you want to
Yeah, I'm not an architect. This is a very confusing project. So I honestly, I would have to side with Paul and just, probably more detail would be better. And just give myself a comfort level, because as Brad said, it's confusing. It is. We're talking multiple levels, multiple areas. So.
So I'm gonna ask something, probably never gonna have. Can the board visit the site?
Well, you know, in courts, they have jury duties. Get on the bus, go look at the crime scene. Yeah, but, we had visited the facility for one time. We did that. It had nothing to do with actually holding a hearing or doing our own empirical investigation. I mean, we consider what's presented to us. We don't get on Google and do our own investigation. So the answer is probably no. I mean, I thought about that because the structure, it looks like an interesting facility or place, and it piques my curiosity. Look, we're a board of Congress, Mr. Thompson. We want to get you where you need to be. But
Make sure you got all the information.
well, you got an architect that doesn't have the level of comfort that he wants, and you have a pipe fitter that doesn't have the level of comfort that he wants. And we haven't heard from the engineer yet.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think you're saying about visiting the site. I think in the end, it's between the construction drawings and whether it's built correct. So, you know, looking at it, it's one thing. Having plans that these guys can enforce when you get to the job is something else. You know, it's kind of where we're at, is having it's documented and everybody can see what's there and what's being done.
Yeah, what's being asked of the board, you know, requires the board making an informed determination. And it sounds like it's just not, there's a plethora of information, some stuff that is needed. Mr. Arthur, what do you recommend? I mean, in terms of, what would you recommend Mr. Reel's next step? Assuming if we continue this path.
Right. I kind of agree with Mr. Deegan that we're almost there, but looking at the plans, it's hard to ascertain exactly. Mr. Mulder was in the same position. I said, let's go. And we went, looked at it, and he had a much greater comfort level after seeing the facility. That's not possible here. So I think that if a short continuation and have some of the lighting concerns, egress concerns addressed.
It's sort of documented up.
It's like goal and, 5 and goal, we're almost there. So,
okay.
I would go, I have told Chad specifically that I was not in agreement to have it continue. That's why we're here today. That's why we got documents last Wednesday to try to get through a lot of this. Mm-hmm. But because, I would not want to have it voted on today when we are that close.
Well, I don't think this was a waste.
No. I agree. No, but I would not like it voted on today with the risk that it'd be a tie or not go through if there was just a little more information that needed to be provided.
All right. Writing's on the wall, but we'll move at your pace. That may not be Mr. Reel, maybe on vacation for a month. We'll work at that pace. The Richland County Building Authority, Mr. Reel can work in it. We'll get you back on the documents. Any objections to that?
No, I mean, what would help me, for example, this is multi-level, ground's outside, we're going out there. You can't tell that by looking at the plan.
No,
There's no.
it doesn't translate very well.
There's no contours, there's no elevations.
I didn't even see a slide rule.
So, I mean, you know, looking at this, it looks like it's all one level. I mean, it's a good set of plans with the document. A lot easier.
So even if it were color coded or something, you know, level one.
Yeah, I mean, we're close. I think we're close. Well, the next time I'll probably have our fifth member here. It might be good or bad. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to continue. So Second? Second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll set it down as quick as you need to set down. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Real, I mean, before you go, I mean, I'm looking at the electrical lines that you pointed out. You have a couple places where you pointed out, right? Hey, here's the activators route and stuff like that, but not necessarily exit signs with all of that direction. Exit signs. Yeah. I hope not. They're really wet in my car. Yeah, again, everywhere you're at in that space.
Bruce, you can go ahead and unmute. They're gonna call your case next. They'll take a little break. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
No problem. Just go up and down between here and there.
That's-
And, from, getting to those stairs, once you get to the top of the stairs, directing everybody where they're supposed to go. I think as if you're there, and you're going through all of that stuff, I think I'm gonna figure it out. And then, I think it's worthwhile, and Mr. Arthur's department is a frequent flyer before this board here. Sit down and just go through and say, you can use one more here or here. Just so that when we come here, everybody's like, I think we got the right number, we got exit lighting figured out, we got emergency lighting figured out, we know we're cool with paths of travel. We need a condition for, the storage, for the doors, for the fire alarm system. And I think we put it in place.
I just went down. Thank you.
Hi, Bruce.
Good afternoon. How are you, Ken?
I left my windows cracked.
I don't even have an umbrella, right?
Oh, I got an umbrella in my bag. You want it? Umbrella? I was gonna say, we'll need it when we leave.
Yeah, I'm sorry about all the confusion live and remote. On this one, I just felt it had to be live. I don't know
In
how
person,
that.
yeah.
I don't know that. Yes. Yeah, that too. I don't know how it could have been presented remote. It
Understood.
wouldn't have
No.
translated very well.
Understood.
I'm sorry about all the confusion on that one.
No,
Because I did look, it did say remote on the thing you sent me, and I just missed that altogether. Because I was thinking, we need to be there. Okay,
we'll
so
work out.
can we go back in our corner here for the remote?
No, we're gonna call a case and see what happens.
Okay,
Let's call a case right here and just.
okay. Yeah, Bruce is on board here.
You're gonna get waivers, just on the record, just.
Yeah. I mean, the
It
agent
makes
wants
sense.
to, I mean, I don't get it, but.
Otherwise, we'll
Okay.
stand outside.
No, we could go over there. I mean,
That's just a fictional thing, it makes no sense. But,
Carl, this past year, there's been a lot of things that haven't made sense, and I just keep moving.
I'm just going back in the board.
I look at the big picture. I like what Paul said, though. That might retire one of these days. I like that. I'll be 65 next month.
Oh.
I do that.
Ah.
But
But my work isn't quite done here.
That's good. Some of it is.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
Your
you're welcome.
really didn't help, so.
Well, oh geez.
Oh, no.
It's really
It's
coming
really
down.
coming down.
Oh, my gosh. Well, by the time.
Did
we
you
get
check
out-
mine while you were out there?
Yeah. Oh, my gosh, he's so
Hey, go check ours.
I mean, his pants are so, poor guy.
Got those ones
It's
that
been
you
wet,
can
it's
actually
been
wear
dry.
on the canopy. It looks like a small tent. They were showing, I think, over in Europe or Asia. And it comes down below your knees and it looks like this little square canopy as you walk around and open the door. Might keep your pants dry, but it's not.
Hey, what, I was on an inspection once, and we had to walk clear out in the field, and there was a cloud burst. I mean, there was water in my shoes. I mean, that's how soaked I was. So the hour drive back to the office, most of it, dried off with the air conditioning up full blast.
Okay.
In my shoes.
I'll tell them you
Poured
called
water
them.
out of my shoes. That's never happened. On purpose. Yeah, they're just shoveling members here.
Yes. Pat? Say that again? Oh, you didn't mean to. Oh, it's not open on Mondays? Oh. Oh. Well, I think we just default to Boston's then. Okay.
Now we quit raining.
Well, always knew Paul was all washed out.
The pants are completely different color.
They are.
How are you?
Just as easy as cool.
I've got a few words to pass on.
Okay, let's go on the record. I'll find my agenda now. What can I do with that? There it is. Okay, let's go on record and let's call case number 21-0089. It deals with the Crawford County Courthouse located in Bucyrus, AKA Buckyrus, right? People say. And this is a Richland County Building Authority matter, and the building department's adjudication number is noted on the docket. Let's have an introduction of the parties, beginning with the representative for the county, county commissioners, and/or the county courthouse. State your full name, spell your last name, and the capacity by which you're here in a representative way. We'll do the same thing with Mr. Arthur and Mr. Molnar, who are situated here, and we'll go over a couple ground rules.
This is Bruce Heinlen, Heinlen, and I'm the project architect.
Thank you. Is anybody going to appear with you, Mr. Heinlen?
I don't believe so. I think the owner is actually just listening in on this one.
Okay, very good. And Mr. Arthur?
Ken Arthur, ARTHUR, Richland County Building Official.
And Mr. Molnar?
I'm David Molnar, MOLNAR. I am Richland County's Plantigan.
Okay, now before we do anything else, I want, we're in a new world here, and our board has been advised that in order to conduct a remote hearing, both parties, the appellant and the appellee, have to agree to being remote. As it so happens, Mr. Arthur and Mr. Molnar were here for a non-remote hearing, so they're in the hearing room. We could put them in a side room and conduct this by video, which is apparently the advice that we've gotten by the Attorney General. But if you're willing to waive that, I'm willing to take the chance to allow them to sit in the hearing room. I suppose the only thing that, I suppose it was just on video and Mr. Arthur might try, I couldn't see him wink or nod or do something like that, and you would be at a disadvantage in that regard. But you want them to leave the hearing room and go in another room and do this remote, or is Crawford County, based on your representation, willing to go forward?
I think we're willing to go forward. I know Ken and David, and I trust them.
And then one other thing, Mr. Heinlein, and this goes for Mr. Arthur and Mr. Molnar as well. We're a board of 5. By statute, we're down 1 member today due to a scheduling conflict. So in the event of a split vote, which is statistically, I suppose, more likely if we proceed as a board of 4, the Richland County Building Department's building authorities adjudication would stand. Are you still willing to go forward with the board of 4?
I believe so.
Okay, and Mr. Arthur?
Yes.
Okay, very good. If each of you, the 3 of you would stand, raise your right hand. Sandy, would you administer an oath?
Yes. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I do.
Okay, you're a little faint, Mr. Highland, but so try to keep your voice up, and you have the floor.
Okay. Well, one thing I would like to add to the request, I failed to mark that on the information, is item C, 1C, for the headroom. We are actually 2 inches short of meeting the 80-inch minimum by code, but because of the existing conditions, we can't get that 80 inches. So if you would please add that to the list of the requested variance, we would appreciate that. Our variance basically is for a temporary construction ramp. This is for a project involving the replacement of an existing exterior ramp in order to meet the guidelines of the ADA. So while that main entrance is being closed for construction, we are using this secondary entrance, which is currently an exit-only entrance or exit, as the primary entrance point. And in order to get access to the first floor where the elevator and other quarters system is, we need to install a temporary ramp just for the construction period. The construction period will last approximately 2 months. The contractor has been willing to order all their materials and basically get delivery on site before they start, so that we can minimize the duration of that construction period. And yeah, you'll see that on that drawing in front of you there, the floor plan, the location. So we're actually looking for relief for the slope of the ramp, the 1 headroom restriction, the length of the landing at the bottom of the ramp, and also the reduction of 1 handrail along the wall, primarily because it reduces the handrail, that is, reduces the width, which can be shown in the the floor plan with the red handrail indications on there. I don't have access to show that to you directly, but it's in the handouts that were sent along with the application.
Mr. Arthur has a copy of it here if you don't mind taking a look at it real quick.
Yeah, there were 6 pages that were sent along as a, in addition to the response to the Richland County Building Department. And that was from adjudication order number 1. And then I revised that to indicate the location of a handrail along that existing wall, just for reference, so that everyone knew what we were talking about.
Okay, any questions of Mr. Hyman?
I do have any questions from them.
No, I mean, it seems to me like it's temporary and they provide.
Yeah. Are you able to hear us, Mr. Hyman?
Yes, pretty good.
Okay. Yeah.
Sandy, are you able to hear Mr. Smith?
I mean, I would support.
He's soft-spoken. All right.
I would add, if I may, the owner currently has a security system checkpoint at the main entrance, and 2 sheriff's deputies are stationed there all business hours. And those same 2 people will be transferred to this temporary entrance during construction, because we're going to be closing that other entrance for, you know, that time period. So there will be 2 people there stationed there all hours the building is open to assist people if they need assistance going up and down the ramp, directional assistance, you know, things like that, as well as providing security checking.
Okay. Mr. Arthur?
Okay, there are several things. This is a temporary ramp, approximately 2 months. However, there are several things that it appears that the height would be 2 feet 11 inches, that it would be going up, which is greater than 30 inches, which requires a level spot landing. Anything over 30 inches with a ramp. The slope is about, it's 11 point, was it 4%? Yeah. Sorry, I lost my note. And which is, an 8% is 1 in 12, which the code requires. It's steeper than that. 1 in 8 would be 12.5, so it's less than that. So it's about a 1 in 9 slope.
Correct.
The headroom is 78, which is below the required height for the code. And there's a column or a pilaster that does reduce the width. So those are the things that, you know, triggered the hearing. I have issue, and I've talked to Mr. Heinlein about this. I feel that handrails should be on both sides. Now, if it's interrupted by the column that would reduce that, I would be okay with that. They didn't want to put a railing. They didn't want to mount it to the historical building walls, you know, but you can floor mount it to the existing ramp. And I talked to Mr. Heinlein about that I am pretty insistent on having a rail on both sides, regardless if there's sheriffs to help you up and, or deputies to help you up and down. I just know there's a lot of incidents. It's a steeper ramp than normal in a commercial building, and I feel strongly that there should be a rail on both sides, even if you have to interrupt it with the column and not go around the column. The code does require a continuous handrail, but it is a temporary ramp for 2 months.
Okay, questions of Mr. Arthur?
Is there another way to get into the building other than this way?
That would be a question for Mr. Heinlein. I believe that there's several ways in and out, but this is a restricted entrance in, like most courthouses have gone to.
Is this the security entrance for the public?
This will be the security entrance on a temporary basis, just during construction.
Okay, it's not the normal security entrance?
No, the security entrance is actually the main entrance that we're replacing the main ramp outside.
Yeah,
Well, there are other entrances to the building. There is an employee entrance on the north end that would be to the right of your plan. That entrance is not accessible. There is also an entrance on the west side of the building, but that would be through a sally port where they bring the detainees through to get to the courtroom. And we didn't want to mix those folks with the general public. Plus, that's off of an alley and there's no parking associated with that door. And then the very front, the original entrance is on the south end, the one where you see the steps. And there's a photograph of that. That one has been converted to an exit only, emergency exit only, actually, mainly because there is no way to get people up those steps.
Okay. All right, based on what Mr. Heinlein has presented and remarks from Mr. Arthur, what are our thoughts?
I would be favorable with the variance conditioned upon providing the additional handrail for Mr. Arthur's suggestion.
Were you able to hear that, Mr. Heinlein?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. O'Neill, Brad?
Yeah, I mean, it's temporary for 2 months. Sheriff's deputies are gonna be there to help people.
Well, it's with the second rail. That's
Right. In the railing, yeah, that's a good idea.
In that second rail, you're not gonna require it around the column. You'll have a break in it.
That would reduce the width there a lot. I think that,
So for that short distance,
I think it could be done.
Yeah, around the column would reduce it to a little over 2 foot 9 inches width, and that's below what the minimum is.
My only other thing is I see on one of these drawings that you referenced that heater that's gonna be, electric heater that's gonna be around that rail or something.
It appears that it appears the heater only sticks out a couple inches.
Okay, so that's not a concern.
And it's below the handrail.
Okay. No, I'll be fine with it.
Okay, do you need any time?
This variance is conditioned upon providing an additional handrail along the wall to the satisfaction of the building official. That handrail shall be permitted to be interrupted, parent, non-continuous end parent at the pilaster.
Mr. Highland, understand that proposed condition?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any trepidation?
No, don't believe so.
Thank you. Mr. Arthur?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, fair enough. I will entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals, case number 21-0089, the appellant is Crawford County Commissioners for the premises Crawford County Courthouse at 112 East Mansfield Street, Bucyrus, Ohio, 44820. The appellee is Kenneth Arthur, building official for the Richland County Building Department, and adjudication order number 0427-21-1. I move to grant the variance, subject to the condition previously read in the record, and noting the no objection of both the building and fire officials.
Okay, that motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Highland, the variance passes on that condition by 4-0 vote of this board. That's the law.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we stand adjourned on that case, and would have been interesting had it not been granted. There had been an appeal and we violated the remote rule. But I don't think we're going to get tested on that today.
And no, you're fine.
Thanks for coming down, appreciate it.
Hey, gentlemen, what are our thoughts on the next three? Hear them together? Yeah. Same issue, right? Okay. Okay then. Well, let's do we better do a roll call here. Is Mr. Pavlica present?
If
Looks
you are
like-
joining by phone, you may need to type in *6 to unmute yourself.
What about Mr. Corcoran?
I see.
Hello?
Yes, we are here.
Wait, who? Charles, you there?
I'm sorry, we had a tough time getting the microphone to work. This is Frank Pavliga.
Okay, and who's with you?
Joe Scazio, who is the owner of the project.
Right, and then is Mr. Corcoran going to be present?
I don't believe Charles is going to be here, but I believe the chief building official, Randy Roberts, is on.
Okay. Mr. Roberts, are you present?
It's muted.
You may be muted. Mr. Roberts?
I wonder if he stepped away. Possibly stepped away.
Would be fatal to having his case heard right now. I mean, okay.
Let me try to reach.
Well, no, I'll go on to shit. What? Mr. Payne, are you present?
Yes, I'm present.
Somebody's coming. Somebody's being admitted.
Mr. Flanagan, are you present? Hello?
This is Mr. Roberts, building official, Portage County. I'm
You're in.
online now.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Good enough. All right. Let's Sandy, let's go back on the record. Let the record. We're going to call 3 cases on our agenda. We're going to hear those on a consolidated basis, although we'll be forced to separately consider and deliberate on each one. Case numbers 21-0078, 0079, and 0080. And each case deals with JRS Development Storage Building. This is a Portage County Building Authority case, and the parties are going to conduct this remotely, although the board is here in person. I would ask for an introduction of the parties, beginning with Mr. Pavliga. State your full name, spell your last name, so then we'll go with Mr. Scaccio. We'll do the same thing with Mr. Roberts. I'll have it administered, and then after that, I'll go through a couple things and we'll get started.
Yes, sir. My name is Frank Pavliga. Last name is spelled P-A-V, like in Victor, L-I-G-A.
Mr. Scaccio?
Yes, my name is Joe Scaccio, S-C-A-C-C-I-O.
Okay, Mr. Roberts?
Randall Roberts, R-O-B-E-R-T-S, director and building official, Portage County.
Okay, fair enough. If the 3 of you would stand, raise your right hand. Sandy, would
You swear from the tell the truth.
Did you hear her?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you swear from to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can be seated. Mr. Pavliga, Mr. Scaccio, and Mr. Roberts, a board of 5. We're down one of our members due to a scheduling conflict. It's statistically more likely, still relatively unlikely, that a split vote could occur with a board of 4. It could also happen with a board of 5, or an extension, I suppose. But if there were a split vote, the building authority's adjudication order would stand. There would be no variance granted, and so we would continue the matter if you wanted to wait until we were populated with all 5 members. But if not, I'm going to need your consent to go forward.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Pavliga or Mr. Scaccio, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. Basically, where we are asking to be relieved of the requirement to provide toilet facilities and plumbing in general at this project, just simply
Okay,
because
hold on. It's got the AC. Hold on a second. It's not really your fault. There's an audio issue, and we've got air conditioning that is blowing. Let's just give it 1 second here.
Sure, no problem.
Unless there's a way to enhance the mic on your end.
No, it's ours. It's called the speaker.
Okay, bear with us.
Sure.
No, I'm not in their system. I'm not connected to.
Why couldn't they?
I'm with you, just like a person's watching from the side. They won't let me into the system like it did before. So I'm just viewing what it looks like. I'm able to see this on the phone.
This thing should shut down in a second.
They were only practice going, oh, it was going sideways. It was, oh, that was
Can you get one of those sound balls?
Yeah.
It just takes the load on the high pressure and brings it back.
Well, we tested it. We thought that it was going to be a problem for everybody else. They can hear us fine. We can't hear them fine. So that's.
Those new sound bars, like wherever you put it, and it feeds off the echo, and then it clarifies it to the position. They're like $200 now at Best Buy. I would just wasn't hearing where it was like that.
Okay. Let's go.
Okay.
Mr. Perry, you've got 45 seconds before this kicks in.
Okay, we'll make it as quick as we can. We got 5 reasons here that we feel that those toilet room facilities and plumbing facilities in general should not and realistically cannot work well for the owner. First of all, they are storage units where there's no long-term occupation of those structures by any of the people renting the units. Typically, they're there 10 minutes or less. There are other restaurants and businesses nearby in case of any kind of a plumbing-related emergency. Number 3, the nearest water service is 970 feet to the north of the project. There was a submitted cost breakdown for bringing that to the site. Added to that is the cost of the male and female toilet rooms themselves and related janitor's closet with the mop sink, and you could easily add another $50,000 to $20,000 to that $111,000 that's a part of the estimate that you have. We feel that this places a very disproportionate burden on the owner versus any tangible gains from having toilet facilities in a space where they would be used very rarely to begin with. 4, there will be no on-site office of any kind there, which means that all the business is being conducted online or by telephone. And as such, there would be no direct supervision of any toilet facilities, which can lead to not only damage, but possibly unsanitary conditions, depending on somebody not caring when they use the facilities as they should. Finally, the buildings are uninsulated and they are unheated. And to be insulating and heating a small portion of these structures would result in extremely energy wastefulness, given the very rarity of the actual usage of those spaces. Those are the reasons why we are hoping that this appeal would be granted.
Questions?
Yeah, do you have any or site plan that you can show that you can hear? We didn't need in our package, so.
I
thought storage buildings, we didn't know if this was a storage building for a company, where was it at, where it was, we don't have anything really to help us show it other than your testimony here, so.
Where was the question? there should have been drawings that were submitted. The drawings for the project were submitted.
Submitted to the Board of Department, not necessarily to the Board of Building Appeals.
Oh, I know, I understand that. I thought that they were submitted to you.
They're like a typical mini storage. I mean, I can send them.
Well, no. Is it possible that here, you get I apologize if this is not as clear as possibly it should be, but you can see there is I'll get this in the right position here for you. I'm sorry. Right there, you see we've got three. There we go. Three buildings. They vary from 4,000 square feet up to just under 8,000 square feet. Between all three buildings, there's a total occupant load of 95 people. There are actually 95 units total in those three buildings.
Okay, just don't cramp there yet. Any questions? Brad?
I don't have a question about this, but I have a question about his estimate for the water line.
All right, hold on, and you can take that off the screen.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question about your water line estimate. Why are they an 8-inch water line for? This is more like for.
It's possible. There are other businesses along the way down, and it's possible that 8-inch water line was required to service those other facilities as well, possibly.
I don't know what the minimum is, but generally, Jim Reiner, he's the owner of Craner, he's never one to be excessive. I don't know. I could call him and ask him if there's a smaller one, but I don't know how small you can go.
Yeah, I'm not an engineer. This came from a pretty reputable company that does this type of work, and I have to believe that there was a good reason why they came up with the 8-inch.
Yeah, we don't speculate. The question was asked. You don't know the answer. That's fine.
We don't. I apologize.
Mr. Roberts, Mike, you want to weigh in on that?
Mr. Chairman, we couldn't hear you. We're getting some back feed here.
The floor is turned over to you. What's the building department's sentiment?
All right. After reviewing the site ourselves, after looking at the drawings, understanding that these are an S1 but self-storage units without an office, and all activities for rental and everything else is going to be a remote use and through computer or phone, and not having a water service or sanitation service, we have no objection to the appeal as it stands.
And that would be with respect to all three of the appeals, correct?
Of all three appeals, that is absolutely correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, questions from the building CBO? Okay, thoughts and comments?
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with it. Paul?
Yeah, I'm fine with it as well. You've done this in the past. I know Mr. Eaton's group is actually working through Board of Building Standards for maybe some changes to the building code for these particular types of structures. So I would be supportive.
Any conditions?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay, let's entertain a motion then on case number 21-0078.
Mr. Chair, for appeals case number 21-0078, the appellant is Joseph Scaccio for J-RS LLC for the premise JRS Development Storage Building at 4078 Highway View Drive, Bloomfield Township, Ohio. The appellee is Randall Roberts, building official for the Portage County Building Department, and communication order number 22000-312-R3. I move to grant the variance, noting no objection of the building official.
Okay, that motion's been made. Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It passes 4-0 without condition. How about case number 21-0079?
Mr. Chair, for the appeals case number 21-0079, the appellant is Joseph Scatio for J-RS Development LLC for the premises JRS Development Storage Building number 2 at 4078 Highway View Drive, Bloomfield Township, Ohio. Appellee is Randy Roberts, building for the Portage County Building Department, and adjudication order number 2100042-R1. I move to grant the variance. No objection to the building official.
Motion's been made. Is it second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That also passes 4-0 without condition. And then case number 21-0080.
Yes, Mr. Board of Building case number 21-0080. Appellant is Joseph Scatio for J-RS LLC for the premises JRS Development Storage Building number 3 at 4078 Highway Drive, Broomfield Township, Ohio. The appellee is Randall Roberts, official for the Portage County Building Department, and adjudication number 221-000143-R1. To grant the variance, noting the no objection of the building official.
Okay, that motion's also been made. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That also passes. Variance is granted without condition. Anything further, Sacio? Mr. Pelley, anything further?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anything further? Okay.
Nothing from the building department. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We stand adjourned on that particular case.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
let's stay on the record, Sandy, if you could. Is Payne present?
Yes, I'm present.
Okay. And then is Mr. Flanagan present?
Mr. Flanagan is on the phone.
Okay. And then is anybody appearing from the township?
Yes,
Jerry Flanagan is present.
Okay, all right. Yeah, you're with, okay, but I also looking at it. Are you present? All right. So let me just get this. Is for the next case, is it only going to be Ben Payne and Mr. Flanagan?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
They're both here. Very good. Let's call case number 21-0090. And it deals with the Renaissance Retirement Campus located in Olmsted, and that jurisdiction's building adjudication number, or the adjudication number is noted on the docket. We're gonna have to go over a couple of things here in a second, but Mr. Payne, would you enter your appearance, state your full name, spell your last name for the record, and then the capacity by which you're here representing the appellant.
Full name is Benjamin. Last name is Payne, spelled P-A-Y-N-E. I'm representing the architect. I am the architect on record and representing the owner to seek this variance.
And Mr. Flanagan?
Oh, yes, Jerry Flanagan, F-L-A-N-I-K, backup building official for Olmsted Township and plans examiner.
Okay, a couple things here. We've been notified by one of our members that he may be in a position to have to recuse himself. That'd be Neil Gehring because of his relationship with Mr. Flanagan. So that's one issue we discuss. The second issue is that we're ordinarily a board of 5. With Neil's recusal, we're going to be a board of 3 because our fire officials, but unable due to a scheduling conflict, to join us. So I guess the first order of business is, I think the writing's on the wall. Mr. Gehring is going to recuse himself, but Mr. Payne, are you comfortable going forward with a board of 3?
Well, before we do that, Mr. Chair, too, I have taken a class from Mr. Flanagan. I can't remember when the last time I took that class was. Mr. Flanagan does teach building code classes, and I did partake of that. It was a couple of years ago.
Did you pass? Did you pass the class?
I think so.
Did he pass?
I gave him the gold star, I think, you know?
Well,
I don't think
I don't
that's, I
sense any
don't see
bias
that
there.
being, I don't see that being an issue. I just wanted to put that on record.
Well, so Mr. Payne, it looks like we're going to be a board of 3. Are you comfortable proceeding, or do you want us to wait until at least we have our fire official present?
I'm comfortable proceeding with 3. I feel confident in what we're seeking here.
Yeah. Okay. And Mr. Flanagan, anything you want to put on the record?
No, I'm good right now.
Okay. So Mr. Payne and Mr. Flanagan, Neil's going to leave the room. He will not be privy to these proceedings. And would each of you stand and raise your right hand?
You swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Payne, you have the floor.
Okay, great. We are seeking to apply 2 sections of the 2018 International Building Code to the current Ohio Building Code. And this is in regard to spaces that are allowed to be open corridors and I-1 occupancies. And the new building code yet to be adopted has actually clarified this issue. There is a need for refuge spaces for residents within this particular occupancy, as well as the improved health, safety, and welfare of residents to allow dining spaces, gathering spaces open to corridors for their safety and welfare. That was spelled out from some of the commentary that was attached to our application. And we're not looking to deviate from that, just use or apply these 2 sections to the current code.
Okay, gentlemen, questions, Mr. Payne?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would need to understand a little bit too, the next section of the code. Obviously, we know that it's not necessarily going to be adopted by the state of Ohio. And if it is, sometimes they make modifications. In particular, they have made modifications in the past to group 1 and 2, assisted living things. There's a lot of italics in those sections in the Ohio code. I know nobody has a crystal ball, but I guess what I'm wondering is how can we accept that the likelihood of those being adopted and something that different that Ohio would want. Again, specifically for these, because Ohio has been so heavy on these 2 areas in the past.
I think, again, it was clarified in the next edition of the code. I don't know.
Can you speak up a little bit, or the mic maybe?
Sure. I think it's been well clarified in the next edition of the code about the needs for these to be open. The commentary explains it pretty well. There are the concerns that residents do have access to areas, doors or potential barriers, and the visual access and the ability for a resident to enter into dining and gathering space is important for their safety and welfare, so that if a nursing staff does need to attend to somebody, they can get to them quickly. The current code does actually note gathering spaces and dining spaces are actually low hazard occupancies also, or low hazard areas. And that also was spelled out in the commentary that is actually part of the current code, but is actually part of our application.
And maybe more so for the other two board members that are here, because they might understand the subtle differences. So the current building code has these exceptions for an I2 use group, and what they're asking is for an I1 use group. Maybe you could explain that real quickly to the other board members so that they have an understanding of the difference between them.
Sure. What currently the Ohio Building Code has lumped the I1 occupancies with the R occupancies. There are some additional elements to the I occupancies that are recognized in the code, and these are in respect to having fire barrier walls so that there are individual compartments within the building, and there are refuge spaces required within those within the current code. So there's also a nursing staff. This is an occupancy that or licensure requires a nursing staff. So all these elements are aspects to this particular occupancy, but the Ohio Building Code has not recognized that yet. They still have the requirement that as well as for a residential use is that the only space allowed to be open to quarters are lobbies, foyers, and there's another component to that. So they're really limiting the openness and kind of lumping I1 occupancies with the residential occupancies. And I think the next edition of the code actually has seen this being an issue, and they've recognized that, and I believe that they will wholly adopt this into Ohio at the next code version.
All right, I think that's probably a little bit more technical. I was thinking more explain to the other board members the difference between I2 and I1 occupants, just so that they have an understanding of level of assistance for individuals in both groups.
Oh, we're going down for us.
The I2 occupancy, the commentary that was pulled was actually understands that nursing staff and the residents' needs that they have. So that commentary is very similar to how an I1 occupancy is utilized with regard to the visibility to the residents, their socialization, encouraging interaction, and all that to be open to corridors. So that's where that commentary is similar, and there's a lot of similarities between that and the new version of the code. So I just kind of pulled a commentary as a way to describe that.
Let me interrupt you here. There's one type of people that need to be in I1. There's one type of people that need to be in I2. What's the level of those occupants and their ability to take care of themselves or not take care of themselves, or be able to egress during a fire and things like that? That's what I was asking you to explain.
Yeah, I2 occupancies.
More so than the technical parts about openness and compartmentalization, this part of the code.
Sure. I2 occupancies require assistance to exit the building, where the I1s are limited assistance or verbal assistance only. So they are actually mobile, but need a little bit of assistance, where the I2 occupancies do require, the residents do require assistance to exit the building.
Can I weigh in here? This is Jerry Flanick. Can I weigh in and maybe spread some, knowledge of the I2 and I1 that we're talking about here?
Sure, Jerry.
That's fine.
Sure, thank you. Thank you. The I2 occupancies that are currently in our Ohio Building Code, these are medical care facilities, which are pretty restrictive, and the allowance of open corridors in I2 occupancies, especially condition 1 occupancies. Now, an I2 condition 1 occupancy is a place where we have like nursing home residents, shared living spaces, things of that nature. It's a pretty restrictive occupancy. I think Ohio may have dropped the ball when they adopted the 2015 model code, the IBC, in that they still haven't made any rule changes on the I1 group 1 or even group 2 occupancies. These are custodial care. They are not medical care. Custodial care means that, hey, if I'm a condition 1 I1 occupancy, I'm capable of responding to any emergency and exiting the building accordingly. What we have here is an I1 condition 2, where somebody may need a little bit of verbal or physical assistance to help them respond and exit the buildings. And I believe, Ben, I'm going to address this to you. There is a full staff there 24 hours a day. Is that correct, Ben?
Yes, that's correct. They're required for their licensure to have nursing staff.
Right, right. So in a case like this, I mean, we're well aware that staff will be there. It is custodial care. It is not medical care. And this has been in the 2018 code. I would assume the open corridor, all of the items, we will hopefully ask Ben to accommodate us that it does conform for these open corridors in this less restrictive occupancy. So that's basically what we have here. We have a medical care type of a occupancy that is allowable to have open corridors in the state of Ohio. However, the less restrictive I1 occupancy that Ben is building here is currently not in the Ohio Building Code, which is resulting us to apply for this variance and hopefully grant it. I will support it if in fact that all the conditions can be met, but again, that's up to the board. I hope that's spreading up language on the differences of the occupancies.
Okay, well, that's sort of the segue for us. You're in favor if there were certain conditions. Paul, you want to weigh in on that? Or?
No, I think I'd be okay. I was looking through our documents, and I don't know, Mr. Flanick, if you put together a letter or something to us that had those conditions listed, or if this is something we just want to discuss here to start.
Yeah, actually, it's in the adjudication. Let me see. I just pulled this up, by the way. Hang on. I'm sure you have a copy of this. And I think it's part of the adjudication. It's the request for appeal hearing that was prepared by Ben. And if you scroll down, let me see how many pages here. First page, second page. It's
so it's in the notice of appeal as opposed to the adjudication order?
This is a request for appeal hearing that I have here that was filled out by Ben. Like about 5 or let's see, no more than that. Probably about 8 pages here. And let's see, on the first, second, third page indicates the 2018 IBC section 420.7 and 420.8, and it contains all the conditions for the I1 occupancies.
No, I see what you're saying.
So we're not seeking to deviate from the code. We're just looking to add these 2 sections to the current code.
So, Mr. Flanick, would it be, rather than us relisting those particular sections of the code, would it be all right for us to reference IBC, 2018 version of the IBC, section 420.7 for group I1 assisted living housing units, and to your satisfaction? Or do we want, would you want each of these listed as a special condition for variance?
I would suggest that I'm going to go back and look at 420.7. And
we're looking at that.
Would, pardon me?
We're looking at that. And that lists,
that
lists 6 separate paragraphs.
Correct. Right.
And so the question Mr. Regan posed is, can we just simply condition this by reference to the 2018 IBC 420.7 rather than have to list out each condition as a special condition.
I would agree with that, but what we will do would be to, when Ben responds to the phased approval, let me kind of cut to the chase here. This project has a phased approval for rough building, electrical, and mechanical. The plumbing is done by Cuyahoga County. We have issued a phased approval in our building department for them to proceed. There are some deferred submittals such as fire sprinkler, fire alarm, and a few other things. What we would ask for is Ben to respond that the building complies with all of the conditions mentioned in 420.7. So if you list that section, we ask that when Ben responds to all of the other issues on the phased approval, that he addresses each and every condition separately.
And we add it to your satisfaction, so you've got that discretionary piece there yourself.
Correct. And I would suggest that you look at 420.8. Ben, can you help me out here? This is with respect to cooking. And if we have any open areas that have cooking appliances, like the facilities, you may want to verify that these conditions are also included and comply.
Yeah, that's correct. We not looking to deviate from the code, but we will demonstrate to you, Jerry, with our application back to you, our compliance with these two sections of the code.
Right, and we're trying to honestly save ourselves some work and having to restate the code. We'll just incorporate it. Okay.
Sure.
That would be fine. Just referencing the code number, and Ben and I are on the same page by complying with all of the conditions of these two sections where applicable.
Okay.
That's correct.
Let me see where we're at. Paul, you need a second? Okay, we're going to go off the record for just a second.
Yep.
Let's actually stay on the record, and I'll just keep us moving here. Case number 21-0085 was withdrawn. Can we consider the refund request tomorrow? Okay. And then case number 21-0082, which was a division in-person hearing, has been now continued to September. Whether that's remote or not to be seen. And then case number 21-0030 has been continued until November. We can do this with a board of three. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes from our last hearing, which was July 16th? So moved. Paul, can you second that? Okay. So there's been a motion to approve the minutes for July 16th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that passes. And then we can handle other pieces a little bit later, so we go off the record.
Thanks for your concise summary, Jerry. I appreciate your knowledge of the code and being able to explain it. That was well stated.
Yeah, you got to kind of differentiate those two occupancies and those conditions once in a while, you know.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where, why the need to differentiate the I-2 from the I-1, but I appreciate your knowledge and being able to step up. So, yeah.
Sure. No problem.
Since we're off the record, that's why you have to take those classes.
Yeah, right.
We're still in deliberation mode on the prior case that Neil recused himself on, but for purposes of just getting to our next case and getting us out of here, do we have a motion to approve preparation and compensation for ourselves for today's hearings?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand to be compensated. We'll go back off the record. You did, you were out there. Oh. I just didn't think we should. Oh. Okay. Okay, back on the record. Doesn't matter what table you take. Yeah, we're back.
Okay. So what I've done is prepare some conditions. I have put them up on the screen. Those watching, Mr. Flanagan, if you're watching online, there is a 10 to 15 second delay before they would appear up on your screen. I'm going to read through them. This variance is conditioned on the following. Number one, design and construction of the project meeting the applicable requirements of the 2018 International Building Code, parent IBC, and parent sections 420.7 and 420.8 to the satisfaction of the building official. Number two, this variance is granted based on the use, construction, occupant load, building area, and level of activity identified on the approved construction documents, including the maintenance of all building systems and any conditions required herein. And number three, the chief building official shall forward a copy of any certificate of occupancy to the fire department having either emergency response or fire prevention responsibility.
Will those fly, Mr. Flanagan and Mr. Payne?
I have
Yeah,
one
that looks
question.
very complete.
Yeah, I have one question. Does that also include the 420.8.1? Is that included in the 420.8?
I believe all subsections of each section that are referenced are included under that as well, yes.
Okay, if it's subsection, yes, that's fine with me. That works.
I mean, if Mr. Flanagan would like it specifically called out those subsections, I'd be happy to, but generally when we reference a code section, all subsections are applicable.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Okay, I would entertain a motion.
Working on it. Yes, Mr. Chair, for Board of Building Appeals, case number 21-0090, the appellant is Eliza Jennings. For the premises, Eliza Jennings, Phase 2, Renaissance Retirement Campus at 26376 John Road, Homestead Township, Ohio, 44138. The appellee is Jerry Flanagan, building official, the Olmsted Township Building Department, and adjudication order number C 21-027. I move to grant the variance subject to the conditions previously read in the record and noting the no objection of the building official.
Okay, that motion's been made. Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, all those conditions, the variance has been granted on a 3-0 vote of this board. Mr. Payne, Mr. Flanagan, anything to come before the board further?
No, nothing for me.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Okay, and we apologize to our last in-person hearing because we're 2 hours over the appointed time, but let's call case number 21-0086. I will say that we understand that the Miami County Building CBO will not be present. He's provided us a letter of no objection, and we can deal with that. But let's have an introduction of the representatives for the appellant. State your full name, spell your last name, capacity by which you're here. I'll make sure that you consent to allowing us to hear this case as a board of 4 rather than a board of 5. We'll have another administrator will be on.
Hi, Josh Kester, Koester. I'm with TI Design Build, the design build general contractors of the project. Ms. Collins.
Christina Collister, Collester, from RTM Consultants. We are a fire protection engineering firm.
Jim Subler, Classic Carriers, SUBLER, the owner.
Okay, can I indulge the three of you to stand and raise your right hand?
Swear from the top truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, Mr. Kester or Mrs. Collister, you present.
Yeah, and we'll wait for forward.
Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, you're gonna have to fear, the average IQ might be higher. I mean, maybe not.
This is for a freezer storage warehouse. I think the last time we were before you with the freezer storage warehouse was in Zanesville, Ohio, in October of 2019. That was also an addition. This is an addition to an existing facility. The difference between the two is that one was sprinklered in the existing, and it's part of the variance which took out the sprinkler system in that. And this one, we're not sure how or why or what happened, but they believe that they had an approval to not sprinkler through at least the local authority having jurisdiction. So the existing one is a sprinkler, and this is a small addition. This one's a pretty small facility. It's 65,000 square foot total. The addition is 37,000 square feet. I don't know how much you want us to go through all this, the time short.
I do. So here's part of the problem is the letter that we have from the building official says he's not quite exactly sure where you're going, but how you want to do it. You're either appealing the sprinkler, or you're saying it's an unlimited area and you're appealing the clear space around it, or there's a couple different ways. His letter says he's not quite sure where you want to go. So I think we do need some background understanding of how you want to approach the code and what your actual request for variance is on this one.
So different means for the same potential end.
Possibly.
Yeah, so what we have is, and we've been meeting with them for 8 months on this project, going back and forth, just looking at different things, different items. And as the project grows and changes and everything that we have in it. The problem that we have with these variances is the building code does not require S2 occupancy to be sprinklered because it's not considered hazardous. Frozen food products is what we're storing there. It's the fire code that sends you into the high piled storage. So we can do unlimited area buildings under the building code without sprinklers, but as long as we have the open side yards, but we can't do it once we add high piled storage to it. This particular building, we don't have the open side yards. So the way that we normally apply for the variance, we'll do it to a single section and that kind of drags everything in. In this one, we've just asked for the waiver request to the 4 different sections, and one of them's on the fire order and the others are on the building order. So because it's a small building, it's type 2B construction, we meet the height and area allowances of the code without having to take the sprinkler increase.
For an S2.
For an S2, right, for a 2B building. But because it needs to be sprinklered under the fire code, we just threw back in that open side yard issue with the fire department because that's what they were concerned of as far as exposure and not being able to fit the fire department access road in there. What we've done, and I think that was the probably last 2 months, was just on the fire department access road, getting water piping in there and additional fire hydrants. Because on the one side, and I don't, do you have the site plan? What the site plan shows is we just have a square building. We come in here, we have access road around the back and the front. This is the building side where we're short on the property line.
We got it right here.
Yeah, so there's another warehouse on this side of the building, and their access road comes right down our property line. So the fire department is like, well, we're going to use that whether they give us an easement or not. There's been talk going back and forth on getting the access easement for that and getting that recorded, but that seems to take forever. And then there's just a disagreement, and if we want to go into that, we can go into that. The fire department's okay with what we've done and what we've provided them. As far as the additional access road around the back, I think you bought the extra property to be able to fit the fire department access road on the back side. We've added hydrants. Interesting thing, the reason you gotta go 8-inch main is because you have to put hydrants on them when you're in a dead end. So even if you're only supplying bathrooms, you still put fire hydrants on them. So that's why you have to have the 8-inch mains coming in there to do that.
Okay, so let me ask, we'll use this even though nobody's there. This site plan, is the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess for the additional side, the property adjacent was purchased to build that?
So the property to the south,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay,
was purchased to put the access road in.
okay,
On the south side of the building. However, the existing buildings out there, you just have the parking lot on the front side,
Right.
and we didn't have access roads all the way around it.
yeah,
But we probably met the 150-foot travel distance just from that one parking lot.
right.
It's close. How much we're missing on that access road side, I think it comes down to, I think he showed it on one of the plans.
Between?
Yeah, we come down to being from the 150 foot from the access road to the north and to the south.
Oh.
The length of that building is
The building is 252, the expansion.
252. So there's like a section in the middle there that's like maybe 7 or 8 feet that doesn't meet that 150 foot hose stream travel distance for that. So what we're applying for is we're applying for variance to the fire code for high piled storage, and then we're also applying for variance to the building code for the open side yards.
Do you need to do that though, is the question?
Yes, according to the building official. So they want to see that there as just acknowledgement that you understood what all the conditions were. And technically, we don't comply for that. If we were required to be a sprinkler building, we would have to have the open side yards.
What would your answer have been if you hadn't answered it that way, then said yes per the building official?
I would just say, because we're short on that 7 or 8 feet in the middle from getting those access, and we don't have the easement. If we were able to get the easement and get it recorded, then I don't think we would need an open side yard variance.
Our problem has been making contact with the people that are in New York. They say, oh yeah, great. And we have working relationships with the people in the building, and we shuttle their trailers, and we do a lot of work for them, and we go up and down that road all the time now.
You're in the corporate bureaucracy.
Yeah.
So again, I don't think that's the fire department's concern. That was just the building department's concern to make sure that we acknowledge that we didn't have open side yards for high pile storage.
You do have it or don't have it?
We don't have the 60-foot open side yard on the west side of the building.
North is up, I guess.
The south is down. And we didn't have it on the south side, but they brought the property to get that south side.
Oh, yeah, here it doesn't show.
Okay.
And then,
Yeah, I'm still trying to read the building officials letter and make sure that we're,
Oh, yeah, so it's 300 foot of access distance, that's what we're talking about, 260, 252.
Mhm.
So
but technically where you put the trucks and the way you measure it, we're off. Because we're further away from the building than the length of the building.
Oh, I see. The fire department's okay with that.
Only because they'll use the other road. It's better to be further away from the building than right up tight against it. So that's normal in
Fire
these.
access.
Yeah.
that's why it's 60 feet. You don't want your building wall catching up or falling down on top of your fire engine.
Just out of curiosity, though, this is maybe a non sequitur with the assistant chief's email. Due to the local political climate, we are unable to attend.
Yeah. So, so we have two fire departments. We have fire departments that are fine with saying, yeah, we're okay with it. And we have fire departments that say, we're okay with it, but we don't want to say we're okay with it. We're going to let the board decide. So I think this falls in the category that they don't want to be directly asked the question if you support the variance, because he's not allowed to directly support the variance. We looked at some different trade-offs. They had asked for sprinklers without water, which, we left the conversation on that and said, no, we're not saving anything.
It's like us changing balance and saying maybe.
Yeah. But I think that's it. I think that there's there's a lawyer side of it that says we don't let the board take all of the liability.
We run across a few fire jurisdictions that do
That being said, if we requested from them, if we granted the variance and requested from them on whatever, no objection, would they do it?
No.
They would not.
They will support the decision of the board.
Yeah, so what he added on the last sentence is, however, we will respect the board's final decision, was his way of saying that gives you permission to.
Yeah, but here's the problem, right? I hear and understand that. The problem is you put this in your file, we put this in our file, and the actual people that it affects are the people that really matter, right? So I would, for me, this is gonna be very difficult because I would like to know what he thinks, other than we're not gonna say anything and whatever you tell us we'll live with. And that's kind of what he said. Because at the end of the day, if there's a fire at this thing and there's no sprinklers in this gigantic building, he's gonna be the one that's gonna have to deal with whatever we decide here today. You understand what I'm saying?
I absolutely understand what you're saying. We can go through the problem warm fuzzy list. What we do in these type of facilities is this isn't something that we've just decided to do. We do these across the country.
You've been here several times before, and we understand all of the issues.
I think they're okay with what we've done and what we're providing. This isn't really a huge building. We've got two separate freezer warehouses. The largest is 37,000 square foot. We've provided additional doors. They're every 50 feet so that they can open the doors and look in. Instead of being 100.
You telling me, giving me the warm fuzzies doesn't help me. I want the person who's, and I don't know how we get there, and maybe it's just me, maybe the rest of the board members are okay with saying, okay, we're fine with the warm fuzzies, then we just make the fire official live with whatever we decide. I don't want to do that to someone, right? You're saying it's a small building. It's a small building for you because you're dealing with buildings twice, 5 times this size. This might be the biggest building for this fire department.
They have BASF right on the south side of it.
Well, you sprinkler building, too.
Except, yeah, it's the H1 and H2 occupancy, so. I don't know if you would say that.
Did the fire department submit something? I don't have it. You're just saying.
No, I think he's asking for a letter of objection.
Do you have the letter from the fire department?
I don't know.
Well,
We have an
and
email
the fire, and
we have an
the
email from Assistant Chief Fitz
Is that separate?
that says, due to the current political environment, we are unable to attend.
Well, that's to attend. I mean, the building official in his letter says he's going to defer to the local fire department.
So there's two fire departments. There's a local fire department who we met with early on, and they were okay with it. And then there's a state fire marshal's office.
Someone from the state fire marshal office, they had to be.
And they had just been to a Quell system sales meeting saying how great Quell systems are for refrigerated warehouses.
What system?
Quell is Tyco Brunel, Tyco Simflex Brunel, does everything in the fire protection world now. They developed what they like to call a proprietary system for the protection of refrigerated warehouses. They work great in our refrigerated warehouses. We still have the same problem with them in our freezer warehouses. And we can get into all that if you want to, but I'm sure you've heard from us all before. A Quell system for this facility is $53 a square foot. And that's just the sprinkler side of it with the fire pumps and all of the things that you have to do. It's a 55-foot tall building. If a head discharges, it discharges 235 gallons per minute. In a warehouse that's at the freezer temperature of this is a minus 10 facility. It instantly freezes on all the metal storage racks and on all the frozen food products, and we get collapse. So we've seen a lot of collapses in these facilities. It's the same thing. When we used to have the in-rack sprinklers, those heads would get knocked off, but we are still getting the freezer plugs, because when you're 55 feet up, there's not a lot you can do to stop the moisture from condensing, even with the Quell system. So we're still getting those frozen plugs. So we're still having problems with the systems as far as leakage, which is why we try to address all of the other points to say, well, what are we getting at with the sprinkler system in a warehouse? What are we protecting? We've got property and we've got life. So we address both of those sides, and we protect the property from one side and acknowledge that a freezer warehouse is a total loss regardless of water damage or fire. And the size of the water or fire that we have, if you lose water in a food warehouse, the entire warehouse has to be spread paragraph uses the insulation. So they basically have to take it down and start over. A fire that discharges a small amount of smoke, same thing. So property protection from an insurance standpoint is not that important in this because of all the FDA rules that anything that goes on is a complete loss for the building and you have to start over. All of our freezer warehouse fires, and we haven't had a lot of them. Historically, all of them were tied to the expanded polyurethane foam we used to spray on the freezer walls, which is kind of a nightmare scenario. We're using all of the factory mutual panels now. They're non-combustible, completely non-combustible. We're not talking about smoke development or any flame spread. They just don't burn. And then the other problem that we had in these was the ammonia systems, which the freezer warehouses would tend to blow up if you had an event where you lost that. Again, we're to the listed refrigerant that they're using is non-combustible and non-ignitable. So those are our two big fire scenarios. Without having that feeding into a fire, it's very difficult to set frozen food on fire because of the amount of water content. The way Quell sells their system is they say that refrigerated warehouses are very dry, so the product is very dry. That's true, it's dry when it's frozen, but if you heat it up, there's a huge amount of water content in it. So that's why it's a class 1 commodity. And if you only store it to 12 feet, it's not a hazard. When you store it to 47 feet, it's still exactly the same product. Honestly, it's no more of a hazard for catching on fire than if it's at 12 feet. And honestly, when you look at it from...
It's harder to put out if it did catch on fire at 47 feet than 12 feet.
Right, if you're going to go into a freezer storage warehouse, and what we're trying to do is keep our firefighters out of a frozen food warehouse for 2 reasons. If you have the sprinkler system and the water goes off, we are going to take down the racks, we know that. Yeah. They're going to collapse. There's no question about it. Yeah. If they have to go in and fight a fire, they have exactly the same problem, except now they're doing it with hose streams. The water is going to freeze on the floor. It's just a very hazardous environment. So the losses that we've had recently at freezer warehouses when we were trying to access the roof to create venting. So what we do is we provide very early detection. So we spend our money on detection. We've got 3 different detection systems in there. So if there is any change using the environmental controls for the freezer, which is constantly monitoring the temperature in all areas to make sure that you're under the FDA guidelines. If we start seeing the slightest change in those, we get a supervisory signal that goes to the panel that warns everybody that we've got temperature going up. It might be a freezer issue, but check and see if it's a fire and get everybody out of the warehouse. And then we've got the linear detection systems. We can't use standard smoke detection systems because of the cold, but we've got linear detection systems, and we put those at 2 levels, not only at the roof level, which is what you would have for the protector wires. For a sprinkler system, pre-action, you would only put it at the top. And we know that 55 feet is going to take a while for the heat and smoke to get up there in a -10 warehouse to set those off. So we do the earlier detection. So if we do get a problem in a stack, these are very low occupied warehouses. We know the staff checks in and out based on OSHA requirements because they're only allowed to spend a certain amount of time on. So in this small of a facility, it's like 2 per shift would be in there. So per shift. So they're the only ones who would access it. So it's pretty easy to keep track of 2 people and do rally points. We're talking about monitoring systems. We usually offer that. We're having trouble with unions. I don't know if you're familiar with any of the monitoring stuff that you got, but it's really good. So the problem, if you monitor them, you know when they're in the bathroom, you know how long they're in the bathroom, you know how long they're in the break room. So unions tend not to know where you move the facility. They tend not to want those systems, even though it's for their safety. We have other card systems where they can card in and card out, but we can identify those people so that we probably don't have a rescue situation in a fire event.
So
we limit it as much as humanly possible.
What do you guys do with it? What do they do again?
Pallet loading and unloading.
So they have a
forklift.
Forklift. Mm-hmm. Forklift works okay at low temperatures.
I'm just speaking out loud, but I think Ms. Collister's testimony, because that's what it is to be compelling enough with a restraining line. In this instance, forego, this is the big forego, a letter of no objection, particularly understanding that it may be futile if we oppose it. That was a pretty good explanation on the record.
No, and I think probably be the best things for this facility is what the proposal. However, you know, it's not just the fire official who's doesn't like the idea, right? I don't know if you've sat down with them, talked with them, right, and explained it all, and they said they want sprinklers anyways. Is that basically what you said?
They said, can we do something so that we don't have water in the pipe, so that they could get there and then put water in the pipe? There have been a few instances where different boards in different states have approved what they're calling a manual sprinkler system. We walk out the door because sprinkler systems are designed for a single head operating. We design a bunch of heads operating. By the time the fire department gets there and we have 50 heads operating, well, the manual system is worthless. So we don't want to take the trade-offs. We walked away from this project when they decided to pursue that. With the fire department, we met with them. We don't come for these variances if we feel like the fire department is against the variance. I'm a firefighter. I was on Wayne Township Fire Department volunteer for years. I used to volunteer in my town. There are certain variances we will oppose the fire department. I'm not going to say we don't oppose them on all of them, but there are certain variances where, and I think that's why we worked through this for 8 months, to make sure that at least everybody wasn't a no. Now, if they can't say yes, that happens a lot, and I'm okay with that. There are other, I think, like I said, the state fire marshal.
And we're fine with that as well too. I'm not saying tell us yes, but.
And I can't put words in his
The
mouth.
language is pretty, to me, right? The Greenville Fire Department and local authority have jurisdiction do not support the request.
It's not in the records, you might want it, that's a letter from, just so we have it in case there's any further proceedings, that's June 28th.
Right, so that's different than not saying no.
Right.
And then let me pull up, and again, not that I don't want to help you, all right?
I know.
Right, I have this letter from the building official, right, is, you know, I don't see a problem with, signing looking at the addition plus the existing building as an unlimited area building, as long as they can provide the 60-foot clear space around the building. But you can't. So, you
I
know.
didn't realize that was still in there.
Yeah, so, you know, there's a couple hurdles here. So, not that we don't agree with you, but for us to say the building official's wrong, the fire official's wrong, and we're just gonna override them, that's a big lift, for me.
I understand that. I wish they would let me write the letters for them and then they could read them through.
I think the building inspector, our last conversation with him was, he's just waiting till we would have a written approval from the other people. And again, calls to New York kind of fall on dead ears, and I'll have this person get back to you, nobody ever does, so.
Let me ask this, it's because it's part of the building official's letter. Is there a second floor in the existing building?
There's a mezzanine. It's a small area over the office, which is 1,800 square feet in a 67,000 square foot building. So it was filed originally as a one-story with a mezzanine.
And so I want clarification because the building official in his letter has said as long as they don't have any second floor in the existing building, because he doesn't have plans that show what's up there and what's not up there. Which makes me think that you didn't sit down and show him exactly what's there and what's not there. Because he has.
The plans that you have are what we have there, the schematic plans. There was no original building plans for the building. I'm not sure. Did you own this building when it was built?
No, Jim Beakey is the one that built this building, former state rep. I don't know if you remember him, Beakey. And that was his building, and it had been sitting empty for quite a few years.
I would honestly say I would be surprised if it ever went through anything. It just got built because there's so much that was off that didn't make sense without at least having an adjudication order or some sort of review. And I think back in January, we looked through all those to try to find anything on those buildings. It couldn't find anything.
And Jim has nothing, you know.
There are no floor plans.
Good thing is there's tape measures and people that know how to draw.
And those are on the plans that we submitted. And those are the plans that we submitted to the building official. So we submitted the
Then
plans
why in his
for.
letter is he asking, hey, I don't have anything more than a site plan. I don't know if there's a second floor. I see some stairs and I want to know. I mean, why is that the case? I mean, here's what I'm saying. Not that, again, for me today, it's going to be a hard lift to get there. I would probably recommend a continuance have some further discussions with both the fire department and the building department, and maybe get at least the building department's letter kind of cleaned up to the point like, okay, I fully understand what you want to do, and I'm supportive of the variance, or I have no objection to the variance as submitted. There's a lot of questions in his letter, right? You got the fire official not quite, actually not for it at all.
We don't have the ability to compel. No, but we did, haven't we in the past strongly encouraged fire weigh-in when fire has been sort of recalcitrant to do so? We do that.
We have, but sometimes it does not.
Yeah, and sometimes it doesn't, and I know, and I'm fine with that, but it's, and we have done that, and I think I'd probably be willing to do that, but not having the building and the fire official both, you know, that makes it a little bit more difficult for me to override both of them. When, again, for all of us, this is a file that goes in the cabinet, and they have to deal with it.
We can, like I said, I don't like to write the letters for them, I don't like to tell them their opinion. This is, I think, the 4th different adjudication order that we've gotten from them. And this letter of support was written because they didn't want to come to the hearing.
Yeah.
And they didn't really want to do it online either. So.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be, again, this letter has, you know, 3 or 4 different questions in there that apparently he doesn't know the answers to.
If we can go through it and say that you want a clarification on these items, then I feel, as long as you tell me what items you want a clarification, make it part of the record, then I don't feel bad telling him what needs to change in order for it to satisfy you. And we can talk individually about all these. We sent him, I think we sent him this stuff. He's busy. We sent him this stuff a lot of different times because he keeps thinking he doesn't have it, and we resent it and resent it. So we'll sit down with him. Yeah. We'll sit down with him again, but we have sat down with him 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, conversations that we've had as it relates to the design and the plan of this project, he has, unfortunately in this case, but verbally expressed his support for this much more so than the letter indicates.
So we have to make him change the letter. I mean, we can do that. I don't know what this does to your schedule. I know this is just getting drawn out and out and out.
There we go. Yeah. If you can go straight, satisfy the concerns of them.
We'll work with, I'll redline it and say that this is where they have concerns and what you're looking for. Can you say that you're okay with it, and can you say that you're okay with the fire department being okay with the access lane on the other property?
I thought you said you were acquiring the property.
We bought the property to the south,
Right.
so that they could get the 60 feet. We can't buy the property to the north because there's another, or to the west because there's another building on it.
Okay, if that is a requirement of the building official for his support, that you have, if it's on another property, we're gonna need an easement. I can tell you that
I'll
right
ask
now.
him if that's what he actually wants us to do. I think it was just, when we can get the fire department to put in writing that they're okay using the access lane, and maybe that'll help the building official. We're kind of tilting back and forth.
No, I understand, but do you understand what I'm talking about an easement, right? Because if you're relying on somebody else's property, they could build whatever they want right there. Because it's their property, unless you actually have an easement that says you're allowed to keep that free and clear and in perpetuity, so that the fire department can use it for access.
We used to get easements all the time.
Yeah.
Easements have gotten extraordinarily complicated.
I know, we see them all the time here.
Yeah.
Look, so that's so if we're going to continue, we'll continue. There's nothing that precludes you from getting this record if you want. Share it with Mr. England and Assistant Chief Pitts. But I might find my way to granting the variance without conditioning it on the no objection under the circumstances, but it sounds like my colleague won't.
Well, not necessarily. I would be okay with that. A flat out, and again, this is just my reading of that letter, a flat out no, it's a little bit different.
Okay,
right?
My point is it's not going to get done today.
Yeah, I would say, and do you have a copy of this letter from Mr. England?
Yeah.
Supplied to the board? Yeah, I mean, just read through that. I mean, every paragraph is a question. It's not, whatever, so, whatever, right.
Okay, so, wait, do you have the older one? The adjudication order? This is the one that he wrote, because we said we would like to
We have
have
a
a letter.
We have a July 30 letter where
Yeah.
it's not as crystal clear as perhaps we would like. But look, if we can work on your schedule. We can, if this thing gets kicked down the road and you guys can get with England and Fitz, and get them on board, or, you know, we'll get you back on the schedule right away so it doesn't disrupt commerce.
We can get the building code. I know we've already settled this with them. Like I said, this is the letter that we requested when it's just something from them in writing. It didn't have to be long. Obviously it's long. I think he just threw a bunch of stuff in there trying to be helpful, which
Well, I
obviously.
think he also originally intended to come. But
He did.
then something came up that he couldn't for this. He said unable to. He didn't say because of the political climate.
No.
But,
Yeah, the fire department is not going to flat out say that they approve, that they're willing to say that they're in favor of it. They're willing to say they're not opposed to it. So I know the first letter is, the first sentence comes out harsh, and then they put the last sentence in to temper the first sentence where they said, but if the building department says it's okay, then we're fine.
So you can get a letter, no objection from the fire official.
We can ask him to, that's what he thought this letter said. But his first sentence is really harsh, and then he lightens up at the end and said, his thing is, if the guys who know everything are willing to say that what you're saying is true, then we're good. What we're saying to them, and I think they trust us, and we've been through this with them, and we've walked them down the path. They've got somebody telling them that we should put in a quell system because it's specifically developed for freezer warehouses, which it's not.
So it sounds like we need a timeout.
Yeah, he went to, they came and gave him a presentation, so.
And the next time you're here, our fire official will probably be here, and, you know, he adds to the,
Oh, yeah.
you know, our comfort level too.
Right.
Yeah, our fire.
And, you know, any fire department that says that they don't want sprinklers is crazy, right? I mean, sprinklers do help. We put them in the code for a reason. However, in this specific case, I've seen these collapses and these things firsthand, that we have a really big concern with putting that much water unregulated in an event or not an event, when we can do other things that get the people out of the building faster. And $53 a square foot, I'm gonna be straight up honest with you, nobody's gonna spend that on the building. They're gonna put in the regular overhead system with an in-rack, because you can't justify 30% of the project cost.
Yeah, and I'm saying, it's not that I don't disagree with you, right? If the comfort level of the fire official is, you know what, give me a fire hydrant every 50 feet, right? Because that's gonna make me feel better and make me be able to, with the equipment that I have and the staff that I have available, to maybe that's gonna make him feel that comfortable, or no, I want that access road all the way around, or whatever it is. Those are the things, again, they have to deal with it after we're done here. And I just want to make sure that everybody's okay. This is what we're gonna do. Okay, if this is what we're gonna do, this is what I would like to have, so that we have a set conditions that, if not making everybody happy, at least satisfies them.
Right, and I think we can also send you the correspondence from the fire department where we talk about the access road and gave them everything.
Whatever,
they
yeah,
wanted.
whatever you want to put in the record and populate the record, that'd be great. And on that point, then, we're gonna keep this letter. Okay, June 28th letter from, Chief Thompson. Susan will be part of the record.
We can make a copy of it, though.
We have more copies.
And, well, yeah, I mean, you can make a copy of it. You're fine right now. So I think we're at the point where we should just, continue that. Yeah. Is there a motion to continue?
So
Is there a second? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Frustrating that we didn't get there, but.
especially since you had to wait.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're like from Indiana. So where are you in
This is a
Colorado?
close one though.
Where are you?
Indianapolis, this one's close. I didn't have to fly, so. This is the other data that I know we submitted you before. I don't know if you want to put this in the record just so you have it to go through. It's the, it might help before.
Sure.
It's got the letters and it's got the, it's got the other projects, and I think it's got the cost estimate.
So we move to continue. We got off the record. We're back on the record. We'll take what you have to offer in addition. And then, you know how to reach Susan, so we'll get you back in front of us at a time that makes sense for you. Okay, all right. That concludes this case. Safe travel back in. Thank you. Doesn't look like there's any new business other than the process that refund. We said we could consider that tomorrow.
Correct.
Okay. So, really, unless there's anything further to come forward, and noting that we reconvene tomorrow, 8:30, which is August 10th, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Now, the next hearing is in September 1st, and it's not an Asheville anymore, right? September 1st?
Was Ashland.
Ashland, sorry.
Not to our knowledge.
Which means September 1st.
I don't know. The Department of Commerce, the Department of Transportation doesn't want us to use their facility.
I don't have it.
Yeah.